Yes, everything is possible. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. My name is Christopher Isike. I'm director of the African Center for the Study of the United States here at the University of Pretoria. I'm also acting head of Department of Political Sciences. So this is a Department of Political Sciences event, not the African Center for the Study of the United States. So let's not get confused about that, especially because of the kind of things we're going to be talking about and how the United States may or may not be implicated in some of the things we talk about. So let's make that disclaimer first. Look, my role here this morning is to just try and introduce the acting dean of Faculty of Humanities, who shall be saying opening remarks, and that will get us started. So I will not say much other than to just simply introduce Professor Sandy Africa, a renowned scholar of political science. Thank you very much for making the time to come in. We had to bring her in last minute, and she's a very busy person, as you must know. So we really thank you for coming. So let's put our hands together for Professor Africa.
Good morning, and good morning to the people online as well. This is a hybrid event. I'm told that there are people joining us online as well. Thank you for those words of welcome, Professor Isike. I'd like to acknowledge our esteemed guests, our students, very important in the context of a university, and members of faculty. So I'm delighted to welcome you all to the University of Pretoria for the commencement of our conference, Intersections of Oppression, Comparative Historical Analysis of Contemporary Challenges. It's an honor to see such a diverse and distinguished gathering here today. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all of you, including Her Excellency Rasa Jankauskaite, the Ambassador of the Republic of Lithuania, to the Republic of South Africa. Just presented credentials, I understand. Also, the Ambassador of the Czech Republic, welcome to you as well. The Ambassador who is not yet with us, but will be joining us later today. Ukrainian ambassador, yes, to South Africa, Botswana, and Mozambique, still to join us. And let me say, all protocol observed. I realize that when one is starting to stumble, that's a safe way out, ambassador. So I acknowledge you as well. And to everyone else, you're all important. And we're very happy to have you here. Your participation is invaluable, and you'll see that there's a provision for discussion and engagement with the panelists as we proceed through the program. So your contributions will indeed enrich the discussions throughout this conference. I'd like to take a moment to express our sincere gratitude to the Lithuanian Embassy and the Czech Embassy for their partnership, which has helped to infuse an international flavor to this conference. Thanks to their support, we've been able to bring together speakers from around the world, including those who have traveled from the United States, the United Kingdom, Romania, and other places to share their perspectives on the important topics we will be discussing. I must also acknowledge the dedication and effort of my colleague, Professor Christopher Isike, He's introduced himself, indeed, as the acting head of the Political Sciences Department here at the University of Pretoria, and Dr. Leon Hartwell, a senior associate at the London School of Economic Ideas program, for their hard work in coordinating this event. I'd also like to mention how delighted I was to see Dr. Hartwell after many, many years. He's a former colleague to our students who may not know. He taught with us in the University of Pretoria's Political Sciences Department many years ago, I think about 14 years ago. Yeah? Oh, sorry. But it was a delight to co-teach, I think, strategic studies with him then, and I'm so happy to see that he's very much still in that space and area of research, albeit also moving between, and I say this for the students, the areas of public engagement and academia. I'm told that 60% of our speakers at this conference are female, and this reflects our commitment to diversity and inclusion in academic discourse. So congratulations to the organizers for making that effort. But our conference, to round up, has a critical objective: to provide a comprehensive examination of various forms of oppression, drawing from historical contexts and contemporary challenges. Over the course of our panel discussions, we'll delve into the intersections and disparities between apartheid South Africa, Soviet Union rule, and colonialism, shedding light on the diverse experiences of those who have been affected. Additionally, we'll explore the ongoing war in Ukraine and consider whether it can be framed as a manifestation of, and this may be controversial to some, Russian colonialism. These topics are not only academically significant, but also have profound implications for our understanding of oppression, liberation, and global dynamics. And we think that in a space such as the university, the academy, we can speak what we probably would not dare to, perhaps, in other corridors, in other spaces. So we do realize the privilege that the platform of a university provides for us, and I therefore like to say that the spirit of the discussions ought to be collegial, ought to be sensitive to the fact that in this conflict, as in many others, hundreds of people, thousands of people are suffering, have lost their lives. And at the end of the day, our deliberations hopefully will contribute to a better understanding and, if possible, even a resolution of this conflict and others that we frame. So by analyzing these interconnected themes, this conference aims to deepen our collective understanding and encourage meaningful dialogue on issues of oppression in today's world. It emphasizes the importance of examining historical context to better comprehend contemporary challenges, such as the Russia-Ukraine war. So without further ado, I would like to invite again Professor Isike, who has played a pivotal role in organizing this conference, to take the floor and provide further insight and information about today's program. And I want to thank you all once again for being here, and I wish you enlightening and engaged and vibrant discussions in the hours ahead. Thank you.
All right. Whether you like my face or not, you're stuck with me today. So here I am again. So ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, students, like Professor Africa said, most important, you are the reason why we are here, diplomats, and all attendees, permit me to stand on the recognition of dignitaries that has been safely done by Professor Africa, of course, including our ambassadors. I join her on behalf of the Department of Political Sciences to welcome you all to this event. So I say very big welcome. It is actually an honor to stand before you as we gather to kickstart this significant conference, Intersections of Oppression, a comparative historical analysis of contemporary challenges. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Professor Africa, like I said earlier on, for a warm welcome and for setting the stage for the discussions. Now, this conference is centered on the critical comparative examination of intersections and disparities among various forms of oppression. And for me, a missing piece in these intersections is an analysis that can shed some light on the historical factors that may explain contemporary challenges across, different regions. So to this end, we are here today to explore how different historical contexts, experiences have shaped the experiences also and trajectories of those affected by oppression in Africa and Eastern Europe from past to the present. So, for example, in all the analysis that have been done about the current crisis, the current war in Ukraine, not many have asked the question of, whether there is a historical basis for why the people of Ukraine are choosing to fight for their lives the way they currently are. We know that the United States, of course, have provided weaponry to the Ukraine, but the United States also provide weaponry to the people of Afghanistan, but they choose not to fight. Why are the people of Ukraine fighting? Is there a historical explanation for why people will get married in the morning and choose to go fight in the afternoon? Is there a historical reasons for that? So this is an essential undertaking because it allows us to understand the deep-rooted complexities of these issues and their contemporary manifestations. So in the spirit of this critical analysis, we must emphasize the importance, like I said earlier, of examining ongoing challenges and conflicts in both regions that I mentioned within a broader historical context. So for example, we shall examine how the historical experience of colonialism and apartheid in Africa continues to shape politics and foreign policy in the continent today. If we want to understand why, for example, Africa was voted the way it voted all through 2022 and 2023 in the United Nations General Assembly on, for example, the Russia-Ukraine war, you must look at the history of colonialism and how our current foreign policy somehow pivots to that of our SY colonialists, right? So now, this is not so. So we ask ourselves, for example, whether this conflict can be framed, the current conflict in Ukraine, whether it can be framed as a manifestation of Russian colonialism, for example. Now, this is not a simple question to answer, but it is one that demands our collective attention and some rigorous examination. And this is what we want to try and do it here today, together as thinkers, as scholars, public intellectuals. Furthermore, our conference is aligned with the broader idea of decolonization of knowledge. Much of our understanding of European history tends to be Russocentric, overlooking the diverse experiences and perspectives of other Eastern European countries. We can say the same for Africa as well. Therefore, it is imperative that we bring scholars from various backgrounds, and that's what we've done in this conference, to the table to enrich our discussions and expand our horizons through a comparative analysis of these experiences of oppression across different regions. Our primary goal today is to foster dialogue amongst all of us, scholars, experts, civil society, and our students, of course, in attendance today. I encourage each of you to freely, and actively engage in discussions that can lead to a deeper understanding of oppression, of liberation, and the intricate dynamics that shape our global landscape today. We must acknowledge and respect the diversity of opinions or perspectives in this room, as it is through these different or differing viewpoints that we can arrive at a more comprehensive understanding of complex issues, such as the one we have at hand. We are here to learn from one another, to challenge preconceived notions, and to collectively seek solutions to the wicked challenges of our time. Now, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers. Thank you very much, our panelists, and of course, our attendees for your valuable contributions to this important dialogue. Your insights and expertise are essential to the success of this conference, and I'm confident that the discussions that will unfold here will deepen our knowledge and contribute to a more just and equitable world. Last but not least, I also want to appreciate my co-organizer and academic colleague, like Professor Africa said, Dr. Leon Hartwell, for his invaluable contributions to making today a reality. Thank you very much, Leon. So with optimism and a sense of purpose, I hereby officially declare this conference open. Let us embark on this intellectual journey together, and with the hope that our collective efforts will lead us toward a brighter future. I would now like to hand over to the floor to Professor Corey Velenga, who will moderate our first panel this morning. And this is the point where I say thank you. I am tempted to say let the games begin, but because we're academics, I say let the discussions begin. Panelists can come out now. Our speaker bios are supposed to have been on the program, but our printer did the first one on us. We'll sort that out later. But for now, please, the speaker bios are on the links that were sent to you, so you can just check them out to save time. Thank you.
And welcome from my side as well. Chris, you're going to be joining us at the front here. I believe you're a panelist as well. Before we begin, I just want to check with Leon, what time is this panel meant to end? Because I'm also... Okay, 100%. Okay, I'm not going to even waste a minute introducing the panelists. If you want to know who they are, it's in your documents that you received on arrival, because I think there's so much to discuss here and unpack. I don't know how we're going to manage in the time that we have. I have told the panelists if they go on too long, I will interrupt them, which is hard to do as a moderator, but I'll try because we really want to try and get into the meat of the discussion as quickly as possible. And I think it's been framed in that way by both Prof. Africa and Prof. Ezike, that we're dealing with difficult and controversial topics, and we want to do it in as honest and authentic way as we can, and to get beyond perhaps the cliches or the rhetoric into something really meaningful here. So that's the aim. Let's see if we get there, and we'll hope to also give a plenty amount of time for the people, for all of you sitting here and those online, to also contribute and participate. 10:45. Thanks, Leon. That's what we'll be working towards. Okay, so let's get right into it. I mean, we're here to try and understand oppression better. Really, we're taking this concept of oppression and we're unpacking it historically and then within contemporary contexts. And it's easier doing it historically. We have the benefit of distance. It's much more difficult doing it in terms of contemporary situations. But let's begin then to look at it historically. And the first question that we're looking at is to tell us about oppression in your different contexts. And part of the reason for this is that, and Tula, for example, is going to be talking about apartheid in South Africa, and I think most of us know quite a lot about it, and it's quite a hard question for Tula to answer. Tell us about apartheid, tell us about what did oppression look like under apartheid. But part of the reason for this is that I think there's forms of oppression we're less familiar with. For example, my parents are visiting, and I was asking them about oppression under the Soviet Union, because it wasn't in my time, but it was certainly very real for them, and they really had a lot to say, and were quite emotional about it, in fact. And so I think, and there'll be people here sitting here today, particularly our students who might not know anything about Soviet Union oppression and might need to be filled into the context before we get into the rest of the questions. So let's start there, Tula. I know this is an impossible question, but can you fill us in a little bit about oppression under apartheid?
I think the question goes to the foundations of South Africa. So the Union of South Africa is founded in 1910, but there's still a period where it's up for grabs as to what the country's foundations will be based on. When the African National Congress is formed in 1912, there's two objectives. Pixley Seme, Johannesburg attorney, says we need to form this organization to act as liaison so that the white authorities can have the informed opinion of Africans on interests which affect the African population. So they were willing to work in cooperation. The foundational act of South Africa, the old South Africa, was the 1913 Land Act, and it's important to remember the process as far as that was concerned. In 1913, nothing is decided as regards to who's going to be allocated what proportion of South Africa. They just say there's going to be a commission of inquiry which is going to deliver recommendations, and the ANC's response is, let us engage. They first go to the white government, and when you see the photos of the ANC delegation going to Britain in 1914, this is what they're saying. The South African government said, we're going to proceed gradually, and we're going to expand individual ownership of property. So when the ANC goes to London, it says, we are reassured by this, but what we want is the imperial government's support for this gradual process which will preserve individual African land rights. It's 1916, the Beaumont Commission, where Africans receive less than 8% of the land, which moves the ANC, as it says at a conference in October that year, that this is a system which is based around cheap labour. And the allocation of land has far-reaching consequences, not just for land, but also for labour, the structure of the economy, and the character of the ANC. And this begins a long process of realignment where the ANC revises its stance from cooperation with the government to an eventual policy of conflict with the government. I think that needs to be seeded into the conversation because it's a foundational aspect which I think we can read to understand as far into the present as 2023 and the roots of ANC diplomacy and where it sees itself in the world.
And it'll bring us in a minute to looking at sort of overcoming oppression, which has been part of the discussion. Can you just say a little bit, Tula, about what did the oppression look like?
It looks like land poverty. It looks like the migrant labour system because the territorial allocation is not able to support the population. It looks like people not having the capacity to affect their lives where they live. You don't have the franchise, but you're living in one of these huge mushrooming locations which will then become the townships. It looks like impoverishment in urban areas, and it looks like a process which will lead to a socio-economic reality which will lead to political revolt. These are all aspects of the liberation struggle.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps just to stay on the continent, if I turn to Chris, and Chris, you're going to be talking more about oppression through colonialism, and obviously it links to what happened in South Africa, but it's also much broader. Tell us, what does that oppression look like?
Well, look, oppression in Africa, can be viewed from three perspectives really. The first one being oppression and violence in terms of physical violence that was meted out against Africans through wars of annexation. But even after those wars of annexation, which brutalized Africans, through the process of state-making and colonization, in terms of enforcing law and order, there was a lot of physical violence meted out on Africans, and that was very oppressive in itself. So that's one. On the others, the second form of oppression or violence, if you want to look at how Frantz Fanon, describes violence, is the what he calls structural violence, systemic violence that is enacted through law, institutions that facilitate and enable, oppression. Not forgetting, like Tula said, insinuated, the whole objective of the colonial enterprise was exploitation and expropriation of African resources, both human and material. And for that to happen, they needed a state system, institutions that will enable that to happen. And the effects of these we still feel till date in terms of our inability, to engage the essence of the state systems and institutions that we inherited from colonialism. So that's another form of oppression. The last for me, which is the most significant, is the ideational violence that was meted out against Africans in terms of one of the strategies that the colonialists used was what we call cultural persecution, to make Africans feel worthless, to question our humanity, our cultures, our ways of knowing, seeing, and doing. And the effects continue to date, and that's why philosophers like Chiwenzu will talk about the fact that of all the impact of colonialism on Africa, whether it be political, the economic, the social, the cultural, he says that the worst of them is the psychological, the ideational in terms of how we think, and you can see this manifesting today, even in terms of how politics, not just within the continent, in terms of how identity and state making within the continent, but also in terms of state behavior. So oppression in Africa through colonialism came out in these varying forms. And the worst of it, like I said, is the psychological, the ideational, what also has been referred to as mental colonization, which continues to define ourselves as individuals, as ordinary people, and as states.
I think that's a very helpful distinction between direct violence, structural violence, ideational violence, and the effects are different in each case. And I just want to mention Tula is a historian, and you could see in the way he was talking about apartheid how we understand our current situation because of these historical factors that were unfolding. So perhaps let's move to the Soviet Union. Duvile, if you could talk a bit about Soviet Union oppression.
I think first and foremost, I'd like to express my fascination with the discussion and also my default thanks to the Lithuanian Embassy in South Africa for inviting me to this wonderful event, and thank you for the University of Pretoria for hosting this very important event. I think we'll see some parallels, and for the students of political science, I definitely would like to draw your attention to this emerging literature on trauma in international relations, and I think this will help us to establish some parallels between direct and indirect violence that we see in both contexts. When it comes to the Soviet Union, I'd like to say that the Baltic states were occupied in 1940. So the first and very direct form of oppression and violence was the period under Stalin. And during that time, some of you may not know, but a huge number of Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians experienced direct violence, such as deportations, such as repressions, right? My own aunt was deported. She was just a very small child. She was deported to Siberia with her 80-year-old grandmother, and she stayed there for a very long time. She came back to Lithuania. She had to adapt, right? So even children were deported, right? So this first period, without any doubt, was a huge trauma for Lithuanians, Latvians, Estonians. There were even genocidal elements, right, such as deportation of children during that time, right? Forceful movement of people. Then the second period was Soviet period, and that's where I see actually some very clear parallels with mental oppression, right? So there was a suppression of civil rights, civil liberties. I myself was growing up in the Soviet Union during that time, and I remember, again, the obstacles to free speech, the press control, for example, political repression, religious persecution, right? I mean, so this was milder oppression because there were some benefits to the Soviet Union in a sense. My father, for example, was a member of the Communist Party, and he, because he made that decision, right? I mean, he had access, let's say, to conditions, living conditions, such as having a car or having an apartment, right? But nevertheless, despite of those material benefits, he never had the freedom of speech. He never had the freedom to talk about independent Lithuania in which he grew up, right? So there were these mental oppressions that I see direct parallel with what we are talking about in the context of Africa. And there was also economic exploitation of the Baltic states by the Soviet Union. There was also damage to the environment from forced industrialization. In the case of Latvia and Estonia, there were also other aspects of colonialism, such as, I call it, ethnic restructuring, when, again, many people from the other parts of the Soviet Union were brought into Latvia and Estonia, and that fundamentally changed the identities of those countries, and we continue to have issues related to tolerance, unfortunately, even today.
Could you just explain, for the sake of our students, why people were deported?
This is a great question, right? I mean, let me just say, like, for example, in the case of my aunt, right, she was just a baby, right? So in that sense, anybody could have been deported, right? Now, official policy of the Soviet Union was that the enemies of the state could be deported, right? So there was a huge wave of deportation in 1941, in June of 1941, just after the Baltic states were occupied by the Soviet Union. And the idea was that enemies of the state, right? Enemies of the state who were opposed to the Soviet power could be deported. But again, in that sense, it was very difficult to say whether you're an enemy of the state or not. The elites were deported, right? Anybody who was associated with independent Lithuanian state were deported. There was a huge number also of children who were deported too. So in that sense, both innocent people and the ones who were opposing the system were deported. The family members, right? I mean, then there was the second wave of deportations after World War II. So the family members of people who were associated with those who were opposing the Soviet regime were deported, right? The ones who were helping the anti-Soviet partisans were deported as well. The ones who were opposed to collectivization were deported. So in that sense, there was a huge number, huge category of people, a huge number of categories of people who could be deported. The Soviet argument was that, you know, if you were opposed to the regime, right, then if you were a kulak, right, a kulak is a wealthy peasant who opposed to the Soviet rule, then you were likely to be deported.
Okay. And I think the issue of trauma, I just want to highlight, and then also about the identity of a nation being changed, or nation state being changed. Dvinka, is there anything you'd like to add about Soviet Union oppression?
Yes, maybe I'll just add that the Soviet Union was a collective of 15 republics, and it's presented like the republic voluntarily joined the Soviet Union, but in practice, like was mentioned here, they usually militarily were taking over, and that terror had the idea to control the country. So in case of Ukraine was the second largest country of the Soviet Union. Total population of the Soviet Union was about 300 millions. Ukraine was 40 millions. So to control the Ukrainian population, a number of repressions had to be started. And that from the very beginning of the Soviet Union, already when the Lenin came to power, the terror was first against the opposition, to silence the opposition, but later on to silence any potential ethnical separation. So in case of Ukraine, the separation of Ukrainian Republic. The Soviet Union has the ideology to create homo sovieticus, so the person that does not have ethnical background, but at the same time in your passport you would have written your ethnicity. So if you're a Jew or Ukrainian or Lithuanian, in your passport your ethnical background would be stated, and it's not something that you choose yourself, it's something that is designated by the state based on your on the history of your family. So that whole ethnical policy was quite harsh. And then if we speak about the method, maybe also the Soviet Union was governed through the fear. I think you've described it very well, so that people were afraid that they can be deported. If they were recognized as an enemy of the state, then not just the person that is recognized, but also the family unit had to be deported, so that nobody speaks about that. So you take out the whole idea of somebody who can speak against the government. And at the same time, you share massive information campaigns that Soviet Union is the most democratic country in the world. So you take out any people who can think differently, and you promote the narrative that Soviet Union is very, very democratic country. Anybody can realize a full potential, whether you are coming from any area. At the same time, just a fact, the rural population did not have passports. So the urban population would receive passports, but rural populations would be denied to receive passport until 1974. In practice, it means if you were born in a village, you could not travel outside of the village, because to travel outside of your village, you would need to have a document. And the document to travel, you would only get from the head of your village, which is controlled by the Communist Party. So you can't go to study, you can't go anywhere, even with that permission from the village council, over 30 days. And this was done specifically to control the rural population, because rural population is also associated more with the cultural, ethnical background.
Well, I think this feeds into the next question, which is to understand how do these repressive systems work? How do how do these oppressors maintain oppression? And I just want to pick up a few themes that I'm hearing. I mean, apart from direct structural ideation or violence, the trauma, and I think trauma becomes part of the way in which control is maintained, and fear, and micro-control. This is, passports, identity books, and we can see a lot of similarities with South Africa and across the continent. Ethnic identities, the manipulation of ethnicities, there's more common threads emerging than I anticipated, let me put it that way. Trying to create a homogenous sort of a way of thinking within the nation state, the propaganda campaigns. I mean, all of these are part of it. And Tula, I don't know if there's more things that you could pick up on in terms of the strategies of oppression, and what the oppressor looks like, how the oppressor maintains this kind of system.
Nothing beyond adding that beyond all of those, which are the sort of non-violent ones, the subtle aspects of manipulation, there's always the reserve threat of violence. And in South Africa, from the 1920s onwards, you have the expansion and spread of what are known as the massacres, the eras of massacres in South African history.
Could you say more? I mean, what was the impact of that? What did that do?
Well, what you have from the 1920s under Jan Smuts is that you've got the development of what might be called the African working class, and you have the development of mass politics trying to push back against the system which is being built around migrant labour and exploitation. You have the first general strike in 1920, you have the first general union, the Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, formed in 1919. So there's a mass push against it, and it's in the early 20s where you're first having the incidents of mass killings within South Africa. In other words, mass opposition and mass action is being met with mass repression.
Right. So there's the fear of violence, there's the fear of deportation, for example, but there's also actually direct violence and experience of violence that we're starting to see. Chris, in terms of colonialism?
Well, look, there are lots of, correlations between what has happened in Eastern Europe and Africa, but there are also differences in terms of, you talk about people being denied their rights in Eastern Europe. In Africa, there was no such. It was totalitarian. There was no option for deportation to anywhere. It was just you get killed, right? And this is something that we don't talk about a lot, but millions of Africans were murdered, by the Belgians in Congo, in millions, much more than anywhere else in the world, including in Eastern Europe and Western Europe, right? But we don't talk about that. That kind of violence was used as a deterrent to make people comply, to ensure compliance. So it's not just the threat of fear of violence, threat of violence, but actual, killing of people. Sometimes decapitation. Use decapitation to remind people that there was only one authority. So we didn't have that option in Africa. And why I can relate to similarities of oppression in Africa and Eastern Europe in terms of this rule of terror by the state, trying to impose an artificial state, trying to impose an artificial identity, and the problems that created. This also happened in Africa. The one question that I see in terms of areas of difference would be racial inequality, the categorization, the use of race to profile and to justify the oppression of people. Surely, in the racial ladder in the world, Africans were caricatured as having the lowest intelligence, the lowest mentality, good for nothing, beasts of all nations, kind of thing. And they use cultural persecution as a strategy to try and demean, devoice, dehumanize the African, and the effects of that we still feel, till date. So cultural persecution was one, and then the use of these artificial states that were created. Many people talk about the fact that political scientists talk too much about colonialism, and that we look too much to the past. But it's essentially because they do not understand the full import of colonialism, how it happened, its geographies of oppression, its geographies and economies, and how if we do not reverse those, if we have not reversed those, the problem is not going to go away after 30 years of democracy in South Africa, not even after 50 years. And we've seen the impact. Of course, I do not excuse the failure of African governments, to try and solve these problems. They have agency to do that, but they've not been able to do so. So these are some of the strategies. Of course, land dispossessions, the use of forced labor, forcing people to work, and how they also change gender relations within communities. Different kinds of patriarchies were introduced in Africa. Patriarchies that were foreign and alien, that dehumanized the African woman, not just as a person, but also in terms of their ability, their agency to engage in public governments or public diplomacy, which they had power to do before. So the strategies that were used, it's endless. But for me, I think at the bottom of it was the fact that Africans were made to feel less human.
I was going to say, I think the mass murder, and and it's true, we don't talk about this enough, partly because there isn't even a record of the amount of people that were killed, and because they weren't seen as human beings. I think that's at the core of it.
Absolutely.
Right. I'd like to pick up on some of these themes, and I think I actually see some of the parallels. You talked about mass killings of people, right? The only word I have to mention is Holodomor, which was mass killing of people in Ukraine, right, and other parts of the Soviet Union. And it was also huge dehumanization of people, right, when lives did not matter. You talk about that we do not know how many people were killed. The same is true, right? It's still, there's the debate about millions of people who were killed by hunger, right? And again, increasingly, Holodomor is treated as genocide in many different countries. It was recognized, especially after a full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine, right? It was a forceful strategy by the state, right, to control people, and hunger was used as a weapon, right? So masses of people were killed as well, right? I also, listening to you, I also picked up on the theme of cultural persecution, right, and racism, right? There's very interesting emerging literature on racism in the Soviet Union. This was a multi-ethnic state, but this multi-ethnic state also included different races, right? We talked about, let's say, occupation of republics in other parts of the Soviet Union. We think about the ways in which people, let's say, from Central Asia were treated and looked at, right? So there definitely there was a superiority, especially in the case of Russia vis-a-vis, let's say, Central Asian republics, Russia vis-a-vis, let's say, Chechnya, southern Russia, right? When all of the Chechnyans were accused of collaboration with the Nazis during World War II and were deported, right? So there are these things that, again, maybe racism would not be the correct term, but there was definitely a feeling of superiority by the Russians, and there were also strategies of Russification, right? So I was growing up in Lithuania, I was learning Russian, from early on, and this was also, I think, a type of cultural oppression that we can talk about.
I just wanted to mention, we don't often think about racism within Europe. We're sitting here in Africa, we don't often, and colonialism within Europe, between European states. So I think
right, and I think when talking about this concept of race, to me there are such similarities because this is a socially constructed concept, right? There are similarities with the concept of nation, right? When you have also hierarchies between different nations constructed in the Soviet Union, and Soviet nationalities policy is also a very complicated thing, and we can definitely talk about hierarchies within Soviet nationalities policy. I loved your point about gender hierarchies, when we listen to discussion of the Soviet Union, we often think about gender equality, right? But there's fascinating research coming out in Lithuania right now about what was happening in the homes of people. And recent research by Lithuanian feminists actually shows that there was quite a huge amount of gender violence within homes, right? So yes, you hear about gender equality, and women indeed are allowed to be, let's say, doctors like my mother was, right? But what was was going on at home, this is a different story. And many women were experiencing gender violence. They also had to do a lot of chores at home. So we call about double burden, right? You have to go to work, but you also have to do a lot of work at home because your husband may not be willing to do that. So again, when it comes to gender hierarchies, gender oppression, right, it's erroneous to think that there was no gender-based violence in the Soviet Union. There was, right? And also right now there's, as I said, amazing research coming out about violence that women were subject at homes.
Well, it's interesting to me. I mean, the moment it becomes about control and power, somehow the gender dynamic comes into that as well,
Yes,
and it
absolutely.
is utilised. Definitely, very interesting. Zwinka.
Yeah, maybe I'll just add some major ways of oppressions, like already was mentioned, Holodomor was starvation by famine of 3 to 9 million of Ukrainian people.
3 to 9.
3 to 9 million of people, and they are all specifically rural areas, farming areas, because the collecting farming was rolling out, and obviously there were over 2,000 appraisals just 1 year before the Holodomor coming, where people would be opposing giving up their land, giving up their cattle and everything to the government and to join collective farms because they own the territory, they own their land, but also to suppress that potential separatism of Ukraine. Obviously, if you take Ukrainian population was 40 million, you minus 3 to 9 million, it's significantly reduced, but also install that fear for the future because until Ukrainian independence in 1991, it was prohibited to mention any Holodomor issues anywhere. So even grandparents would not share these stories with their grandchildren because if child mentioned that at school, the whole family would be deported. Then the system of mass deportation was industrialized because very quickly, at the beginning of 30s, end of 30s, Soviet Union realized that they need to build it as an industry because they cannot repress such a massive amounts of people. By 1950s, we are talking about 20 million of people who went through the gulags. These were imprisoning camps, labor camps, where people who disagree with the system would go. So it's a massive amount of people that had to go through that system. But that system also specifically picked on elites. So to give you an example, in 1930 in Ukraine there were 259 writers that published their books. 1937, 1938 is a big terror against Ukrainian literature. So by 1938, 192 were either executed, so killed, shot, in prison, or repressed, so sent to political camps. 18 disappeared, so nobody knows what happened to them, probably also executed, but we don't have the data, and 8 suicided. So we left with 12% of writers who were in 1930 to 1938. The same happened to scientists. The whole scientific areas were completely wiped out. For example, like genetics was prohibited during Soviet Union, so all genetic scientists were removed. But also historians were specifically targeted because the history had to be rewritten to suit the major narratives. And this is something that Ukraine struggles until nowadays, that this history was rewritten. And this did not start during the Soviet times. It started in the 1720s, already during the Peter the Great, during the first conflict between Ukraine and Russia. Peter the Great ordered to translate all Ukrainian legislation into Russian language. And since that time, it was regular decrees that would prohibit Ukrainian language. In 1861, it was decrees that prohibited completely public use of Ukrainian language. So all theaters, all self-education centers, all books for kids learning alphabet had to be prohibited from common use. And that's already before the Soviet Union. So Soviet Union just adopted this Russification, prohibition of culture, and rolled out onto the massive scale. But I also wanted to mention deportation of Crimean Tatars in 1944. So this is Muslim ethnicity that is original from Crimea, Crimean Tatars. During 6 days in May 1944, almost 200,000 Crimean Tatars were deported from Crimea to Uzbekistan and denied the right to come back until 1989. So for all that time, 80,000 households were vacated from Crimea and replaced with, so the demographic transformations that went through that period of Stalinism, so period of Soviet Union, are massive. And when we talk about any form of justice today, or what is the history, we have to go back and to understand. So
Well, these are stories also that we don't often hear, at least not here in Africa, is about Muslim oppression in Russia and Eastern Europe, and Jewish oppression and so on. So there were a lot of identity groups that were minority identity groups that were targeted. I think what I'm hearing is, an oppressive system is extremely comprehensive. It's holistic. It covers every part of society. Every part of society is affected, and I think that's why the legacy of it is so tenacious. I'm thinking of, we discuss this a lot in political science here in South Africa. But for example, every system, it's the political system, but it's even how we understand African medicine or African spirituality or African religion. And I'm sure it's similar in Eastern Europe. All of these systems were colonized and need to be decolonized. We were ashamed of our own history or our own culture or our own experiences. So this is a heavy to hold, understanding these oppressions, and partly because we suffer the legacies. Many of us in the room suffer the legacies in a direct way, relatively direct way. But also because we know these oppressions continue. So perhaps it would be a little bit lighter or more positive to move on to talking about the struggles against these oppressive systems. What have the struggles against these systems looked like? And I just want to forefront here that my own bias, I'm a director in the Center for Mediation in Africa, and we're radically pro-peace and pacifism and peaceful forms of resistance. And I myself was schooled in the ways of Gandhi and Martin Luther King Jr. and so on. But I'm aware that in all the situations we're talking about, in all the contexts, in South Africa, we had peaceful resistance and violent resistance. Colonialism, we had the liberation struggle, was very violent, terribly violent. And then, of course, against the Soviet Union and now in Ukraine, again, the use of violence. But I want to bring in the idea of peaceful resistance as we talk about this. But Tula, tell us about the struggle in South Africa.
Yeah, I want to link it to what we're learning about the Eastern European examples. There's a couple of distinctions which I think that differences which we need to break out. There have been mentions of Russification and the attempt to build Homo Sovieticus. There's no counterpart to that in the South African context. We're talking there, if I understand you correctly, about an attempt to create a cultural erasure. What we have more in South Africa is the artificial preservation of culture, traditional culture. Another similarity and difference, we talk about forced removals. We take the Crimean Tatars, they're being removed from their homeland somewhere else. We have forced removals in South Africa, which is removing people to their homeland in order to try and make the system of ethnic differentiation work. Something which I hope we have the opportunity to tease out, therefore, is with regards to these distinctions, we still have the Soviet solution of the national question and the establishment of these republics. How did that relationship work? Because when we speak about resistance in South Africa, it is the rejection of the attempt at creating separation. It is a struggle for a unified South Africa, a unitary state with majority rule. It's sort of moving in the opposite direction. With regards to the stages, there's all sorts of questions which need to be resolved based on that foundational question which I was speaking about. If the government is based on erecting a system of cheap labour, the idea of negotiations are out. You have to move to a confrontational policy. Then within the liberation struggle, what is that confrontation? What is the form going to be? There's petitions to Britain, but Britain says it's not interested. There's the attempt to build non-violent resistance on the Gandhian model in the 1950s, but the state responds with an iron fist. Then you move to the armed struggle. The armed struggle is repressed. Then you try and build mass resistance within the country, and that is a bit more successful alongside mobilizing the international community. So the history of the liberation struggle is the question of working out how do we respond if this is the character of the South African state. It's based around the mobilization of cheap labor to develop the country's mineral resources. It's that unfolding is the history of our struggle.
Sure, in a nutshell. Um, so, Tula, would you say, from what I'm hearing you saying, would you say that mass resistance was perhaps the most effective? Or would you say it's a combination of...
It's called ungovernability. What the liberation movement has been trying to work out and trying to crack a code, in a sense, a minority can only maintain its control over the majority if, to some extent, there's a degree of acquiescence amongst that majority. And it's a common thread. When we speak about the 1952 Defiance Campaign, the idea is literally that people will say that defy the laws and face the government with the challenge of imprisoning everybody and having the justice system collapse, or allow people to defy the law with impunity. If we speak about the Sharpeville massacre, what's the Pan-Africanist Congress doing there? Go to the police station, say we're not carrying the passes that we're required to carry, and it gives them the same dilemma. Either arrest everybody and have the justice system collapse, or get away with breaking the law with impunity. So the fundamental thing which is uniting all of these different periods of resistance, the ANC's Defiance Campaign, the PAC's Anti-Pass Campaign, is how can the majority make their numbers count with regards to defying this system. What you have after 1976 with the Soweto uprising is a way that it can happen, which is basically revolt, people revolting against socio-economic oppression from below, making the communities ungovernable, but also, and I think perhaps more decisively, a politically unconscious but even more decisive form of mass resistance, which is that the ultimate foundational concept of apartheid is fundamentally unworkable, which is the idea of locking over 80% of the population into 13% of the country. So what do you have? People are being deported to these rural areas, but they keep making their ways back to the areas of opportunity. And the state is ultimately confronted with a reality where it can't arrest them all. It is literally unworkable. And that is the decisive aspect which makes the apartheid concept unworkable, impractical, and it will lead to its collapse.
Right. Okay, so there's a few things there, and I think that the mass resistance is important. Making the country ungovernable is such a big part of it, but it can only be done through numbers. This really resonates with my own sort of pacifist, peaceful resistance. What we were always taught is it's through the numbers, it's through the mass movements. But this idea that also a oppressive system is perhaps not sustainable. Its internal logic is not sustainable, or at least that's the hope, right here.
We have a proud liberation struggle, but we're not inherently more heroic than the Palestinians. But the question of demographics in the South African context is decisive ultimately. It makes our system unworkable.
Okay. So not all oppressive systems are unworkable, but in this particular case, because of the dynamic. Chris, on the continent, tell us about the liberation struggles and struggles against oppression.
Well, there were many of those, and they came at different phases. At the initial stage of contact, there were pockets of resistance across different, regions in the continent, societies that resisted colonialism. Of course, they were overpowered, and then the annexations took place. But even during the period of colonization, from the 1900s in some cases, up to 1960, 57, when Ghana first got its independence, and then the raft of countries that followed in the 60s. There was also pockets of resistance that were also heavily put down. You can talk about the Aba women riots in 1929 in eastern Nigeria, massacres that took place across western Nigeria, extending up to Ghana. So there were all kinds of, resistance. But essentially, in much of West Africa, for instance, there was not organized, there was no need for an organized resistance that lasted as long as what we saw in South Africa, because the British, went into a kind of a strategy of constitution making that enabled Africans to be part of government and then instrumentally bring about changes in constitutions that allowed more involvement, and eventually there were constitutional amendments here and there, and eventually led to so-called independence. So those states, Nigeria, Ghana, parts of mostly Anglophone West Africa, people say they got their independence on a platter. in the sense that they did not have to fight the kind of unified and sustained resistance, wars of resistance against colonial oppression. So it was negotiated in some of these instances. But those also have their consequence. And it also does not mean that there was no armed resistance in some of these. There were pockets of them. So generally across the continent, there are two types of colonialism in Africa. So it was the settler colonies like we have in Southern Africa, where the colonialists stayed on for obvious reasons, including even the weather. But in West Africa, that was not the case. It was non-settler, and so those are factors that also impacted on how decolonization, if we can call it that, eventually occurred. But in terms, I was just also thinking in terms of the strategies that were used and whether that applied to Eastern Europe in any way. The use of divide and rule as a strategy of alienating, dividing the population, and how that helped to, like Tula was saying, enable the oppressor to sustain its oppression because of the active collaboration of those of the oppressed, right? How I'm wondering, of course, that happened in Africa a lot, and it continues to show itself in terms of how the question of identity and belonging in most African states, play out. But I'm wondering how that also, if that was a strategy that was used by Russians, for example, how much of that impacted on the population dynamics in terms of identity, and those who freely choose to be Russians, if you like, and how that undermines the idea of statehood in Ukraine.
I think that was an important point also that Tula made about, apartheid was about separating, and now we're trying to unify. And across Africa, it's all about unification within the country, bringing ethnic groups together. How do we operate as a nation state? Who belongs, identity, and how that would compare. But
if I may add, you could, in Francophone Africa, I can draw a similarity between Russification and assimilation. The policy of assimilation, which was used by the French to try and goad Africans into thinking that they can become French, and how that has affected also identity and state making during the colonial period and even post-colonial period, in terms of the absolute control that French, until probably recently, had over the economies and polities of
French and Christian.
Yeah, so religion was also a strategy that was used as well. Yeah. Religion, language, and the idea of a French identity.
Right.
Right. I mean, there's so much that has been told, and I just like to say that I visited the Freedom Park yesterday, and one of the things that I saw was that indeed, despite the differences, there are some similarities, right? Because what I saw was that indeed, in the case of South Africa, there was both violent resistance and also nonviolent resistance, and especially when it comes to nonviolent resistance, I saw many similarities with the experience of Lithuania. I was there in the late 80s and the early 90s, and even some of the images that I saw in the Freedom Park brought back memories of what we call Sąjūdis, which was nonviolent resistance against the Soviet Union, started in the mid-80s and continued until Lithuania got its independence in 1991, right? So some of the images, such as people holding hands and having a chain, right? There was this Baltic Way where people actually showing opposition to oppression, they were holding hands and were lining up to oppose the rule. There was also many similarities when it comes to nonviolent resistance when people would gather in demonstrations in front of, let's say, the Lithuanian parliament in anticipation of the Soviet attack in January of 1991, right? So this nonviolent resistance element is actually quite strong. We don't talk about it much. We very often talk about, indeed, violent resistance that took place in Lithuania. There was a very strong partisan movement from 1944 until 1953, right? In that sense, and I think this is also true about Ukraine today, people kind of didn't feel like they had a choice for nonviolent resistance because they were attacked by a foreign state, right? So when it comes also to the other things that were mentioned, and specifically I'd like to respond to this point about divide and rule, right? So when it comes to the strategies of the Soviet state used to suppress the partisan movement, right, there were indeed attempts to get the local population on the side. And this was probably it's definitely etched quite strongly in the memory of the local population. The local population despises, they were called stribai, who collaborated with the Soviet regime, right? I wouldn't say that anybody actually, at least from looking at the memoirs of the people who were engaged in this armed struggle from 1944 to 53, I didn't really come across of people saying that I became a Russian, right? Very often there was this feeling of resentment for those who collaborated, and even the Soviet partisans would be engaged in actions of violence against those who collaborated, and that's still quite a traumatic memory related to this partisan war, right? Also, religion was mentioned as, I guess, both a strategy of oppression and a strategy of resistance, and I saw it very clearly in the Freedom Park that religion was both, right? The strategy of oppression and the strategy of resistance. In the case of the former Soviet Union, in the case of Lithuania, right, obviously the official policy of the Soviet Union was promotion of atheism. And in the case of Lithuania, it was a Catholic country, right? So in that sense, religion kind of became a strategy of resistance, right? One of the publications during the Soviet time was the Chronicle of the Catholic Church, which was documenting the crimes of the Soviet regime, and in a sense, religion was it was a small part of the population, but nevertheless, it was a strategy used by some dissidents too, right? So I can definitely see some similarities. I can definitely see some differences, but it's again, yesterday it was quite striking to me some of the similarities that I saw.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's as you said, the violent resistance gets a lot more attention. We see that
Very much so,
but it only can operate with all the non-violent resistance that's happening in how do you say it, intersecting with it. And I think also in the political resistance, we mustn't remember also during colonialism, I mean, the political leaders who were working extremely hard behind the scenes, also to negotiate, to come up with strategies, et cetera, et cetera. So there's so much happening at the same time, I think.
Yeah, so maybe to add, I know it's heavy because we take 4 different examples, but Ukraine also had 4 different strategies of resistance. The first one was military. Until 1956, Ukrainian partisan proactively fought against the Soviet Union. So the Second World War finished in 1945, but for almost 10 years, Ukrainians were still resisting the Soviet rule militarily. And then in 1960s, there was a move of dissidents, those who tried to fight the Soviet Union through the human rights. The first human rights association, Helsinki association, was established, and they tried to fight. They said, we are not against the Soviet Union. We are supporting the Soviet Union. We are just fighting for the rights of people. If Soviet Union says this is a human right, then we want to have it implemented. And obviously, you know, it was very nice at the beginning. The letters were sent, and then all those people were imprisoned, and some of them were executed when the government realized that they can't manage them. But by 1960s, Soviet Union was much more involved in international cooperation, and the international community also could influence, at least following up on what happened to those people, how were they in prison, have they been already executed or not. So at least some information could have been available about what is happening to those people. But also with the Chernobyl accident, which was a nuclear meltdown in Ukraine, the environmental movements became very strong. More specifically, because in that week, the Soviet Union completely denied that anything has happened in the Soviet Union. So while around the world people were saying there is a massive nuclear accident in the Soviet Union, in Kyiv, which is just 150 kilometers outside of Chernobyl, accident with this massive radiation where everybody would expect it to stay at home, people were marching. They were sent on the 1st of May march to show that nothing has happened in the Soviet Union. So those people, most of them ended up with a thyroid cancer. If information came that the government is lying to us, yes, because information always sips through the foreign radios where people were hearing there is a massive accident and the state does not tell us. So only on the third day, a small article, 3 by 5 centimeters on the third page in the newspaper came saying that there was a nuclear accident. Nothing else, no more discussions, nothing about what is happening, what people have to do, how to prevent. So that became sudden but very, very strong movement because people realized, wait, the state is lying to me. Nobody told me the truth. But also the ethnic central movement towards independence, against Russification. Here, one of the examples on how Ukrainians resisted were a silence movement, where people would gather near Ukrainian monuments or at the places of historical significance and stand there silently in the groups. But also self-burning. One of such examples is Hirnik, Ukrainian literature, a person who was studying Ukrainian literature. He burned himself at the grave of Ukrainian poet in the protest against massive Russification and against the ability to defend the...
There was a Lithuanian case like that too, Kalanta in 1972, so it's also...
And also on the case of co-opting, and I think that's obviously a no-brainer. If you look at the political labor camp, where so Gulag, the political imprisonment, where 20 million of people went through, people were working. They were logging or doing construction work. So people were used to build the industrial force of the Soviet Union. And then if you would share information on who is doing wrongly, you would get food first. You maybe would get less hours, not 12 hours of work, but 9 hours of work. You could maybe live outside of the camp. So obviously it was encouraged to collaborate with
the oppressor.
With the oppressor.
Leon, can I just check the 10:45? Is that including the dialogue? Okay, so we really are tight on time, but you're doing extremely well. I know you're all trying to be really tight, and I think the discussion is fascinating. But I am going to have to skip some of the questions that we had planned, especially around the legacy, and I'm sorry because it's perhaps has the most relevance, but hopefully it'll come up in the discussion. I just quickly want to ask the role of international actors and of solidarity. If you can be very brief. I'm just thinking about boycotts and sanctions, and that somebody said to me the other day, perhaps it worked in the 1980s, less relevant now, where people can just change markets. If there's boycotts and sanctions and so on. That would be one thing to comment on. Anything else about international solidarity? You seem to mention, Tula, that it was quite critical in South Africa.
International solidarity of the West with sanctions is quite important, but then there's many loopholes which are negotiated into that which limit its effectiveness. I think far more important is the process which happens in South Africa, and there's an interesting document in the Department of Defense archives, which are based in Centurion, which is about Namibia's independence elections. And the South African Defense Force are basically saying if SWAPO wins those elections, it's basically all over for us. And why are they doing that? Something which the South African generals later said is that you've got this process in Africa from Mau Mau onwards where you've got these armed resistance movements and they always lead to negotiated settlements. And what he's saying is that basically from the psychological perspective of the white minority, there's reached a stage, even before the negotiation starts in South Africa, there's this sort of resignation that there's this inevitable process which is coming closer and closer to South Africa's borders. And it's the armed resistance movement which always wins. And their conclusion was that if SWAPO wins this, there's going to be a realization amongst the white community in South Africa that ultimately the ANC is inevitably going to win. We've had this border war, we've tried to resist, we've been involved in all sorts of ways, but we've ended up with MPLA in Angola, Frelimo in Mozambique, ZANU in Zimbabwe. If it's SWAPO in Namibia, there's going to be this idea that it's hopeless. And I think that regional process creates this inexorable process, and in a sense, we come to the negotiations in South Africa where the government, from the psychological point of view, there's this sense that the only thing to negotiate is how to hand over the keys of power to the ANC, because these struggles always end in the same way.
Right. So when you talk about international solidarity, you're talking about our neighbours and what was happening regionally. And I think that's quite significant. Chris, I don't know if it's relevant in the case.
Well, look, for me, it's essentially I see the role that the international community played in Africa during colonial period as majorly one of complicity in enabling that oppression. Of course, these were defined by the times during the Cold War. Cold War imperatives define how the United States or the Soviet Union engaged with Africa, or how they choose to allow colonialism in the continent to fester. Of course, we can talk about the individual roles that Europeans within Africa played, to try and, of course, resist and try and resolve the oppression challenges, through maybe non-violent ways. We always acknowledge those, but generally speaking, the international community was more complicit than in enabling, oppression in Africa than actually resolving it. Of course, we can talk about the role that, United Nations and, countries in Europe played in helping South Africa to be free from oppression, but that was also dictated by the times. After the end of the Cold War, it became a front burner issue for multilateralism. But other than that, and pockets of support here and there, generally it's one of complicity.
Well, I'm glad you bring the Cold War in, and I wish we could, really unpack that, because I think that's a huge part of our own complex relationship to the current situation in Ukraine because of the Cold War dynamics that we were so much a part of on the continent. We don't have time, unfortunately, but
Very, very briefly, I think the Cold War dynamics were essential, right? And I definitely think that in the case of the Baltic states, especially when it comes to the armed resistance, there was quite a bit of disappointment. That there was kind of a waiting for that the second front will be opened, but there was the disappointment and even the feeling of betrayal, right, by the Western powers. So definitely Cold War is essential to understand how Soviet Union was started to be treated as a legitimate actor. There was a lot of complicity. Complicity, I like that word when it comes to Cold War dynamics. When it comes to the post-Cold War era, international actors are very, very important. I remember myself being in Lithuania and waiting until international actors recognized Lithuania's independence. The first country which recognized Lithuania's independence was Iceland, right? A very small country. We were waiting for the United States to act. We were waiting for other countries to act. It came later, only after August Putsch in Russia, right? So there was a little bit of disappointment in the big actors during the times of Sąjūdis, the democratization movement, because the feeling in the West was what will happen to perestroika in Russia. It was always about Russia, and we were waiting when it will be about us, the small guys, right? But indeed, geopolitical situation was essential for the Baltic states to gain their independence, and also during the Cold War, the policy of non-recognition, de jure, by the United States was also very important as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think obviously solidarity and international support is very important, but it's not decisive. Like if we look at the time of Holodomor, Soviet Union simply refused that support because Ukrainian diaspora and Poland and in the US would provide food and agricultural equipment to say like help people. We know they are dying from, but Soviet Union said no, everything is fine. There is nothing happening. And some of the foreign journalists, like Durante, who was reporting to Washington Post, he actually said that everything is fine in the Soviet Union without even being in those territories. He would support the narrative of the Soviet Union. But similar, I think, during the time of collapse of the Soviet Union, the fear was what's going to happen to nuclear energy, nuclear weapons, because Ukraine had nuclear weapons, Russia had nuclear weapons. So America at that time would say that it's better for Ukraine not to have its independence. And Ukrainian independent declaration was written by Levko Lukyanenko, who spent 27 years in political prison camps, in gulags. He wrote that declaration for independence where people were even afraid to dream of. And international actors were saying, no, don't go for independence. You can just have autonomy within the Soviet Union. You can still stay within the Soviet Union, because what's going to happen to that nuclear weapon if suddenly now Ukraine has nuclear weapon? Look, Ukraine gave up nuclear weapon in 1994. And Russia, US, and UK took responsibility to defend its sovereignty.
And I think, I mean, we haven't spoken about contemporary times, but I think this really gives a much more deeper and nuanced picture of helping us understand the geopolitics that are unfolding right now. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. I had a final question, something about, can we bring nuance to this idea of the oppressor? One person's oppressor is somebody else's liberator, and so on, and it becomes quite complex. And I think particularly if we look at the situation today, and I was just thinking about this idea of Michael Rothberg. Some of you might be familiar with, of the implicated subject, and he basically says we're all implicated in some way. And if we look at those who are complicit and collaborators, and is there a bystander, and all of that kind of things, is anybody really a bystander on the world stage today, or are we all in some way complicit with something that's unjust or oppressive? And so I just wanted to mention that as a final piece in the panel. But I want to say the panel was done extremely well. You had to race through a lot of material, and to me it's been fascinating. And I'd love to hear from everyone else, and who will be managing our online crowd.
There is somebody.
Okay, so let us know if someone online wants to speak. Thank you very much. And otherwise, questions, comments, and I do ask you please to be brief and to introduce yourself as well when you speak. Go ahead.
Hello everyone, thank you panel. I'm Yana Craig from the Institute of Security Studies. Thank you so much for this illuminating discussion. Ultimately, my question relates very much to the ideational violence that the African continent has experienced in numerous case studies. Thank you very much. That the African continent has experienced in numerous case studies, as we have illuminated to some extent today. But my question would be, looking forward, how does this history of ideational violence still affect African agency and its ability to develop this within multinational institutions? We've seen the rise of, for example, the Global South movement and the non-aligned movement, and African countries trying to also promote their own agencies. But then it would be interesting to hear from your perspective, how does this history of ideational violence ultimately come to play?
Thank you. And I think it also speaks to Baltic agency, and I think it's, this is coming up. So let's take a few questions and comments, and then we'll discuss it.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Ilana Leroux. I am situated in the Department of Public Law at UP. I guess not so much a question, although there is a question lingering there, but also a statement. I think we should be cautious of framing certain narratives of history as the history, okay, that there's only one narrative of history. I think it's also very dangerous to perhaps compare different eras in isolation to each other. For instance, we're not considering the degree to which the Soviet Union was crucial to the liberation struggle, especially the armed liberation struggle with the Communist Party. We're not discussing that. We are also not discussing the degree to which they were crucial to the end of World War II, or the so-called World War II. We are also not considering the degree to which American powers, specifically in terms of their neoliberal economic policy, and its expansion of its economic influence throughout the globe, especially in the global south. We're not considering the degree to which American powers were crucial to fighting the liberation struggle, the degree to which they were resistant to it, and the only reason why they eventually delivered or offered support was exactly to maintain the capitalist economic structure within Southern Africa. How do we then, in isolation, compare the Soviet Union with apartheid and find that appropriate, considering the influence it had in fighting these systems?
Yeah, thank you. And I think, I mean, that is one of the questions, in fact, that Leon posed at framing this whole debate that we haven't actually mentioned. And I think we can address that. Is it correct to compare Soviet Union oppression with apartheid? What are the problems with making that kind of comparison? And I think, I mean, Chris was starting to allude to that when he talked about the Cold War and the liberation struggles, but we didn't have time to unpack it. But you're absolutely right. I think it's an interesting question to look at. And it's extremely complex. And to our political science students, I want to say this is why it's so important that you know history. And I wish all our political science students did history, that you understand the intersection of World War II, the Cold War, the liberation struggles. All of these things play out and help us to understand current things better. Let's take one more, two more, and then we'll be here from the panelists.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes? Maybe not. I can. But,
All right, can you hear me? Yeah, thank you. So I'm John Sani from the Philosophy Department, okay, here at UP. So thank you so much for your interventions. I found them very insightful and really exciting, thought-provoking. So my question has to do with the instrumentalization of oppression by victims of oppression, right? So how should we think of oppression as victims? Because increasingly you find in many African societies even lots of political leaders who instrumentalize oppression to justify long durations in offices. So what should be our response to oppression as victims?
Right.
Thank you.
The operationalization of oppression by victims, and I think this is exactly also what Michael Rothberg writes about when he talks about the implicated subject. Exactly that. Okay, last.
Hi, my name is Amanda Cele. I'm a student of political sciences here at UP. And my question is, we briefly touched on kind of gender-based violence and the role of women in oppression. And I really wanted to ask, what extent do you think that like sexual contract theory plays in both oppression and liberation, especially within contexts where cultures and different appreciations of women have been very much erased due to oppression?
Is everyone familiar with sexual contract theory? I'm not sure. It's you, if I'm comfortable. Okay, anybody online who wants to say anything? Not at this stage. Okay, so there's four things here about the ideational violence in African and Baltic agency. I'm adding Baltic agency there. The multiple narratives, and can we compare the Soviet Union oppression with apartheid oppression, the instrumentalization of oppression by victims, and then this the women in violence question. So we've got quite a bit to go through here. Should we start on that side? And yes.
Yeah, because the first question was to me in some ways. And I think I will try and answer, my answer to that question will help to answer John Sani's question, and then maybe part of Amanda, right? Amanda's question. So how do I think your question was essentially how can Africa turn, epistemicide, the additional, violence it suffered on its head. How can we make, states in the continent, more, enact their agency more effectively? And the simple answer to that is that we will first need to have states before we can talk about the agency that they can enact in the international system. So I also often tell my students that we do not have African states. We have states in Africa because the states that we inherited in the continent were not, they were never developmental in terms of their essence. They were created to be exploitation machines. And we did not, one of the mistakes we made was not to, when we inherited them, was not to interrogate them in terms of what they were created for, in order to repurpose them and to enable development. And I think that is a very important step that we missed and we need to go back to if we want to make our states more effective. We have to resolve the questions of identity, of belonging, to states, and this is where the social contract becomes important. We do not have social contracts. All right, I was kind of envious, even though we're talking about oppression here. But I was envious of Ukraine, for example, that has essentially, despite these oppressions, and the history of Russian invasion of Ukraine dates back to the 1700s. 2014, 2022 was not the first time, right? So there's a history of invasion of Ukraine by Russia. But despite that, Ukraine has kept its core as an ethnic nation, essentially. All right. It may have been diluted here and there with long history of oppression here and there. I agree, but essentially it has kept its core because if you compare that to Africa, what we call states, like I said, artificial, were artificial creations, and you find that you will find different ethnics and nations across different geographical entities that we call states today. Now, the thing is that in Africa, we didn't have the opportunity to engage in social contracts where people will freely agree to give unto themselves a state and a constitution within which, people, individuals, women, young people can, effectuate their rights and their identity. That is a huge problem for the continent, and it speaks to how, in the absence of a state where people have participated, where people have identified a purpose and an identity around a geography, however it is contrived, a political community where people participated in the making, that also evinces, belonging and patriotism to that state, it becomes easy for politicians to weaponize oppression and use it to justify bad governance. We've seen this happen in many of the military interventions in politics, the coups in Francophone Africa and part of the Central Africa, where military personnel that have been in government for 10, 15 years, part of the same government, wake up one morning and decide that, okay, we have been oppressed and we need to liberate the people now. And then they tell the people that we want to liberate you from France, which is a good thing because France has its knees on the neck of these people for ages. But those are not the real reasons, in my view, why some of these military people take over. For instance, we know that the current military president or head of state of Niger was going to be fired that week by Bazoum in Niger. And he simply took over government and kept himself in power. That's why the first 2 days of that military coup, there were negotiations, frantic negotiations between the royal guard that he was heading and the military. So essentially, we need to come to a point where we have proper states. There needs to be a social contract, and once we're able to do that, we can then have purpose and we can have agency to begin to enact in the international system. In the absence of that.
Before you answer the other questions, I think you wanted to say something about Ukraine.
Yes, I think just...
Sorry for talking too much.
No, I think as Chris mentioned that Ukraine is an ethnical nation. I think Ukraine is political nation. In 1990s, when Ukraine was initially got independence, the thinking was that Ukraine is ethnical nation. But if you go back to Ukrainian independence in 1917, for a short period of time Ukraine was independent, even then Ukrainians always thought of itself as a political nation. And today it's more a political nation. And maybe just to give a little bit understanding, like what has happened, why it has happened. I think, first of all, Russian invasion has, in 2014, has speed up those processes. All KGB archives were open in 2015. Secondly, a massive opening of state procuring system, digitalization, which fought corruption at its core. So Ukraine implemented e-governance that allowed people, citizens, to be involved. So the distrust to the government that Ukraine inherited from the Soviet Union changed in 2015 with the reforms of the institutions. And that's what gave Ukraine the strength that in 2022, this was a different country, because from 2014 to 2022, Ukraine was actively transforming.
But let's get into this question of can we compare these oppressions, Soviet Union and apartheid? And Zinke, you
Maybe
go ahead and
like on the question of single story, can I ask to raise your hands if you heard that Soviet Union was supporting South Africa during apartheid? Those who know that the Soviet Union was supporting. Can you raise hands who knew that there was a Holodomor and 3 to 9 million of people died? Thank you. And can you raise your hands if you knew that the first ANC camps were on the territory of Ukraine and that in the anti-apartheid committee in UN there was Ukraine but there was no Soviet Union? Can anybody raise hands? Yeah. So I think the question is of rebuilding data that we can discuss. And it's important to bring other narratives than the majority existing narrative that everybody knows so that we can start this conversation. Because if we chuck out of the room all marginalized, all other data, and only speak from the point of view of Russian narrative, then it's very difficult to have that conversation.
I mean, ideally, it would be nice to have had a Russian person on the panel to really complexify things, but certainly there needs to be room for the quieter narrative.
If I could just build on that for a second, and I think it's so essential to decolonize the study of international relations, and I think that's what we have in common, because, I mean, I can't tell you how many times whenever there would be a panel in international forums about Ukraine, it became about Russia. Right. I can't tell you how many times when it comes to, let's say, about the voices of the Baltic states, it becomes about another big country, right? So I think it's essential to start taking our country seriously, giving them voices, decolonizing international relations, and I think that also helps to answer a little bit, give a little bit of insight into, you know, the support of the Soviet Union for the movements of emancipation. The Soviet Union was pursuing its own selfish interests, right? I mean, we can't forget the Cold War dynamics, and the Soviet Union was pursuing its own selfish interests, and it's true about other strong states. So I think it's essential to actually, again, look at the agencies, give agency to Eastern European actors, give agency to also actors in the African continent.
Is there something, Tula, you would want to speak to the Soviet Union versus apartheid oppression before we get to Chris?
What I would like to say, responding to the comments, is there's a very poignant moment in January 1990 when the ANC leaders who've been released from prison are allowed to go to Zambia. It's just before Mandela is released, just before the organization's unbanned. Governor Mbeki goes to the Soviet ambassador and he pleads to him solve the situation in Eastern Europe to show that socialism is better than capitalism. What's happening there? The ANC is faced by the potential of a geopolitical catastrophe. The geopolitical catastrophe is the following. The idea of the liberation struggle, as it's stated in the 1978 Strategy and Tactics paper, is that state power after liberation will be used to progressively eradicate the vestiges of inequality in South Africa. The Soviet Union provides the means and the model for that. That's why 1956 in Hungary, 1968 in Czechoslovakia, the Communist Party here brushes it off. That alliance is central to that. South Africa is faced, ANC is faced with a situation where the protection that the space the Soviet Union would have provided for that transformation is in danger of being removed. When we speak about neoliberalism, we have to be very clear about what it means in the South African context. When the ANC goes to COSATU in September 1994 and it explains why it's going for austerity, it explains the alternative to austerity is debt, and debt leads us to the Bretton Woods twins forcing structural adjustment. Right. Bretton Woods means the United States of America. There's this tension in this relationship between the ANC. That's why they want to do it, because they want to preserve this space for the state to try and transform society. Won't go through all the ways from BEE, affirmative action, the rollout of the welfare state, the ANC's belief in this transformative power of the state. We have to be nuanced, I believe, when we speak about the ANC's neoliberalism and the strategic calculation which is involved there. And it's this geopolitical tension which I feel with the ANC, the transformation it wants to engineer internally, and the role that the United States plays internationally, which leads to the shock which the United States is now discovering about why is there this hostility. We've wanted to underwrite your emergence into the international stage as a regional hegemon, but all we get is this sort of passive aggression when it comes to diplomacy. I think it comes to this fundamental tension, and that fundamental tension is inscribed in the whole logic of the liberation struggle, which is why I tried to get us to the beginning of 1910, and why I said there's legacies from that to the present. The idea that the state would be used to transform the internal society in South Africa. To a certain extent, foreign policy is an extension of domestic policy, and that's the fundamental tension which I think we need to get to try and understand what's happening.
Tola, you've explained it in a way that I've never understood before, so thank you. And there's a lot in what you just said. I wish you could repeat all of it. But to understand this extremely complex relationship between South Africa, Russia, the US, the Eastern European countries. Chris, did you want to...
Well, Tula has actually said, giving an explanation of what I can make these comparisons. But I wanted to answer the single story question as one of the organizers, to say that it is because of the current climate of things, it's not feasible, to get Ukraine and Russia in the same room. Only Africa has been able to do that with Ramaphosa and peace envoys to both countries. But we, as a department, because of commitment to critical analysis and objectivity, we plan to also have a seminar like this with the Russians to try and ask them the same question of Russian colonialism in Eastern Europe and engage in a discussion like this to see how they respond. Our goal is to put...
Forget it's criminal offense. They can't respond, because if you say anything against Stalin, it's criminal offense, so the person will be imprisoned.
Well, let them answer it then. Let them answer it then. But this is what we want to do as a department. If it becomes possible, we'll invite any of you who would attend, who will be able to attend, to pose the same questions. And our view is to present views as scholars and let people decide what they want to think.
We just hope that Eastern European voices and agency will be heard in those conversations. I think it's essential not to forget that the Ukrainians have a voice, that Lithuanians have a voice.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. We would be happy to invite anyone who would be willing to participate.
And I think this is an important thing, and I think the question of agency is very important, because part of the purpose of this is exactly for that purpose. Do you want to say one last thing from your side, Dobile?
Well, all I can say is that I appreciate these discussions. I think it's essential. I mentioned the importance of decolonization of the discipline of international relations, and I think we saw an exercise in that, right? We read so many articles by scholars. Let's decolonize international relations. Let's decolonize international relations theories, right? It's enough to talk about the crisis in international relations as something that's managed by Russia and the United States and Germany maybe.
Yeah.
It's just essential to try to start this process. It's an extremely difficult process. It's a complicated process, but I think we are doing something good for that.
And I'm going to leave the conversation there. I would love to have taken another round, but we really are out of time. And I know we haven't answered all your questions, but those questions are in our minds. Sometimes people feel they haven't been heard if there hasn't been a verbal response, but I think people are working through them, they're thinking through them. It's part of the conversation, and we will continue the conversation over tea. I don't know if Leon, if you want to transition us there, or if I can...
No, I'll just say we'll have a 15-minute break, so have some coffee and use the facilities, and then let's be back here in 15 minutes.
Let's give a hand to our panelists. I think they did extremely well. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for the second panel. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed panelists, I am very honored to be back here at the University of Pretoria, where I partly got my education from. So it's a deep honor to chair this session. I would like us to delve into a very crucial and timely topic for this part of the conference, focusing on Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a form of colonialism. And that's also with a question mark there at the end. Can we talk about Russian colonialism? Now, in light of recent developments and the complex narratives surrounding Russia's actions, this panel will shed light on the multi-phased dimensions of Russia's war in Ukraine and its implications both regionally and globally. Russia's diplomatic efforts and self-portrayal as an anti-colonial force, particularly in Africa, along with its deployment of memory diplomacy, historical narratives, and self-image, wield significant influence in molding perceptions of the ongoing war. At the same time, in our evolving global landscape, many African countries have focused on decolonization of history, and several of the panelists also during the previous panel referred to this process. And this is frequently accompanied by the removal of colonial era statues and renaming of street names. I've had the privilege also of spending quite a bit of time in Central and Eastern Europe, including living in Latvia, and I think one of the things that I noticed there is that Central and Eastern European countries are going through many of the same processes that we are experiencing here in South Africa and in other parts of the continent. From Tallinn to Kiev, people have come together to remove statues associated with what they identify as Russian colonialism in a not too dissimilar fashion as the Rhodes Must Fall movement that we experience here in South Africa. And here, as I mentioned, where I got the bulk of my education, we were not really taught to think about Russia as a colonial power. It makes us very uncomfortable to think in that direction. Yet, I think it's also crucial to recognize that a large part of our understanding of European history, both not just in Africa, but also in the West, tends to be dominated, as Professor Ezike mentioned earlier, by very much a Russo-centric perspective and understanding. So this conference is therefore vital, I think, in that it brings together various Africans, Lithuanians, Czechs, Ukrainians, to include their perspectives also on how they view the history of the 20th century and how that relates to our current understanding of the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, during this particular panel, we'll explore how Russia's actions in Ukraine intersects with its historical and contemporary narratives of anti-imperialism, complexities of its self-image as a non-imperialist power, and the responses from various quarters, including African nations and Ukraine itself. And we are very fortunate today to be joined by a very distinguished group of panelists. I'd like to welcome first, I should, according to protocol, first welcome Lithuania's ambassador, Her Excellency Rasa Jankauskaite. She was just accredited yesterday, so this is, I believe, her very first. Yes, please give her a warm welcome. I think this is her very first official public event as ambassador. So very welcome to you, Ambassador. Then I would also like to welcome Olga Tokariuk, who I've collaborated many times before because we're both fellows at the Center for European Policy Analysis, in addition to many other affiliations that she has. But she's an independent journalist, and she's also a former fellow. She was also a former fellow at the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism at Oxford University. Then I would like to give a very warm welcome also to Professor David Monnier. He's the co-director of the University of Johannesburg's Confucius Institute and the Center for Africa-China Studies. very, very welcome to you also, Professor. And then, last but not least, I'd also like to welcome Dr. Bohemil Dobosh. He's from the Institute of Political Studies at Charles University from the Czech Republic, so welcome to you also. All right, so I think I'm going to kick off this discussion by first asking Olga, since she's Ukrainian, to just maybe give just a few sentences on giving us some first-hand insight into the impact of Russia's actions in Ukraine and how that impacts on Ukraine's quest to preserve its independence. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you, Leon. Thank you, everyone, for this invitation. It's an honor for me to be speaking here at the University of Pretoria, and I would also like to compliment the speakers and those who asked questions and the moderator of the previous panel. It was excellent. I learned so much. And my goal here is not just to talk to you, but also learn from you. So please feel free to come and speak to me privately after the end of the session. I will be really happy to establish contacts in South Africa. It's my first time in this country, and I'm looking forward to learning more about it. But I've been asked about Ukraine, and I will try to limit myself to a few sentences, as you suggested, Leon, although I have a lot to say. So I will probably, speak here as an individual rather than as a journalist or an expert, although, of course, my experience, my professional experience will also be present in what I'm going to say. So as a personal person and as a Ukrainian, I think I represent that so-called independence generation, people who were born just before or immediately after the Ukraine's independence in 1991. And I remember when I was 6 and I went to the referendum with my parents, in which they were going to vote to support Ukraine's independence from the Soviet Union. Well, I was too little to understand the significance, the political significance of that event, but I remember from the way my parents talked to me about it and all the festive atmosphere that was surrounding it, that it was something very important, that Ukraine was gaining its independence. This was something that so many people cared about, struggled for, fought for, and finally this was happening. And then when I grew older, when I was a student, I participated in the Orange Revolution in 2004, when Ukrainians fought against the rigged elections, basically demanding a new round of elections. And basically, they went to the square to demand democracy. That was the first kind of attempt, the first mass protest in independent Ukraine, well, mass protest of that scale, in which Ukrainians also very clearly stated that they care about democracy, that they care about free elections, that, they care about freedom of speech. And they succeeded. And I think that experience empowered me and gave me this firm belief that I share and millions of Ukrainians share, that people have power, that people's actions can make a difference. So if people unite and fight for something, then they can really bring about change. And I think this is something that people in South Africa can also relate to, right? This experience of fighting for a cause, for experience of uniting to achieve a common goal. This is something that unites Ukrainians and South Africans. And then, of course, the Revolution of Dignity in 2004, again, yet another manifestation that people can have power. But your question was about how Russia's invasion changed Ukraine. Well, here I want to make it clear that Russia's invasion did not start in 2022. It started in 2014 as a direct reaction to a Ukrainian Revolution of Dignity and the escape of pro-Russian president and also the course for democracy that Ukraine chose then. So Russian aggression started in 2014, and also in 2014, despite the Russian aggression, started a very profound transformation of the Ukrainian society and Ukraine in general. And by this transformation, which was already mentioned by several speakers on the previous panels, I mean the movement towards greater transparency of state institutions, Dzvinka mentioned the e-governance, a lot of reforms against corruption, and to increase the transparency in public procurement were introduced, a greater decentralization of the country, and also, of course, the greater strengthening of the Ukrainian armed forces and the crystallization of Ukrainian identity, which I would say a political identity. It's not based on ethnicity or on language. It's a political identity, and people who identify as Ukrainians might represent different ethnic groups. They can be Tatars or Romanians or Moldovans, or they can be ethnic Russians, Belarusians, ethnic Greeks, Hungarians, and so on. But what unites them is their desire to live in a free country which has its agency and which has a right to determine its course, its foreign policy course, and also its internal policy course. So I would say this transformation of Ukraine that has been happening for the last 9 years is something that has been very much overlooked in the rest of the world. And that's why this resistance that Ukrainians showed to Russian aggression, it caught many by surprise, because Russian propaganda and also the maybe lack of study of Ukraine, not as an object, but as a subject, was not sufficient to make both the academic circles and politicians and in general, the general public in other countries realize what modern Ukraine is and how important this and how strong civil society inside Ukraine is, and also how different from Russia current Ukraine is. So I'll be happy to elaborate, but I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's a great intro because, I mean, what's notable is that you didn't just focus on post February 2022 and so much of the media coverage today focus on that period and what happens after that. But this is part of a long ongoing struggle for Ukrainians from that perspective, of course. David, let's turn to you, and we're giving you a very difficult job because we're going to ask you to talk about a variety of issues from a variety of perspectives. And I just want to tell the audience, Professor Ezike and I tried very hard to get some ANC officials or government folks to the panel, but it was difficult. So I'm not gonna, so you might get more questions than what you expected earlier. But David, why don't you tell us what are the prevailing viewpoints held by African nations regarding this ongoing Russia-Ukraine war? How have African countries generally reacted to the war, and how is this war generally covered in the media? What type of angle do journalists take?
Thank you. Firstly, two things that I need to clear. I'm the director for the Center for Africa-China Studies at University of Johannesburg. It's quite important that I clear that. Two, a friend of mine, as I was driving here, called me to say, I saw where you're going, and aren't you walking into an ambush? I said, listen, a very good friend of mine, Chris, called me. It was a short notice, but given our closeness, Chris and I accepted on the basis that I organize conferences, and therefore, so I thought I should just clear that. I'm not it's easily scared of walking into ambush, but there are a number of things that I would like to say. Firstly, Africa is at a critical moment at the moment. I cannot speak for the entire continent. There are different views within the continent, 55. However, there is a rallying point, and I shall concentrate on those points as per the African Union Agenda 2063, and in my own country, South Africa, position in terms of issues and the like. So, from what I hear in the previous session, I do not think South Africa or across the continent differ with what has already been said. Super sensitive to colonialism of any nature by anyone. Colonialism from the West and colonialism within Eastern Europe and everywhere else. And we are, as Africans, a byproduct of that exploitation and super exploitation, from slavery to colonialism, physically colonized by Europe, which a speaker in the previous session said France still has its knee on the neck of Africans. So we're not theorizing, we're speaking practically, that we are dealing with vestiges of colonialism, mainly by Europe. I think we need to clear that up. When it comes to Ukraine, Soviet Union is of greatest importance. But when I say Soviet Union, I know you all jump to Russia. Soviet Union as in collective body of all those countries. So the political Soviet Union is what we're now talking of Russia, because most organizations, particularly the SACP, ANC, its alliance was with the Russia, the Communist Party of Russia. So it is the carries the memory of Soviet Union, and the alliance signed by ANC are still and remain strong with that particular political body. So I needed to qualify so that we all are on one page. And indeed, when it comes to geographical spread of Soviet Union, no doubt, ANC liberation movements, the training were done in a number of areas. As a matter of fact, in 1927, one of the ANC leaders was in Lithuania, actually, met Stalin, and he came back, Joshua Gumede, and he made a profound statement at Cape Town University Airport. He said, I've been to New Jerusalem. And that statement, if you Google Gumede, New Jerusalem, where he saw the help, the makeup of then Soviet Union after 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, he understood that South Africa and the entire continent need to aspire to the aspiration of then Soviet Union at that time. So it's quite interesting that we need to always constantly become time travelers. We need to go back and we speed back to this moment to really make sense of what's happening now. And I think there has been a number of controversial issues, because on one hand, there is Ukraine crisis, which has been, I share all the views, and my colleague. But I think from a South Africa continent, we're also looking at it from a geopolitics level. That while on the ground there are issues, genuine issues and differences, we also see super imperialism sketching itself, particularly NATO. I haven't heard anyone talk about NATO. I came late. Maybe you mentioned. There is fear on part of South Africa and the continent, the so-called global NATO. Because if you go back in 2011, NATO bombed the hell out of Libya, and the crisis in Libya spreading into Sahel. The very same NATO has been carrying imperialistic agendas across the world. And it's moving into Asia. It's moving in a number of areas. So that, I think, is one area that most analysts, when you hear talk about Ukraine, tend to go back to that in terms of Gorbachev agreements with Bush, the father, that NATO should not spread its wings into closer to Russia. So that view, that there are certain areas of where both ANC, Africa have convergence with Russia, and there are areas where both ANC government and the African Union are convergence their views with Ukraine. So both South Africa and AU find themselves in between fighting partners, fighting both our allies, and they're fighting. It's one of the most difficult. I think we face similar situation with China and India. These are our bosom friends. I mean, India and China. You can't separate them when it comes to South Africa and Africa's liberation. However, when they're on each other's neck, we just look at them and say, listen, you are both our brothers and sisters, and we do not take sides. Because we think that we are, firstly, we are anti-war, we are anti-human rights abuses, We are pro-international law. And our foreign policy since 1994 has been consistent, regardless of erosion of some of our policies, particularly under the President Jacob Zuma up to now. There's something that is fundamental in our foreign policy. It has been consistent. It has never eroded. If you look at President Ramaphosa's recent speech within United Nations General Assembly, you read that speech. That speech could have been read by President Mandela. It could have been read by President Mbeki. And that gives you a consistent in views of our foreign policy. There are no contradictions. South Africa's position on the war believes strongly that Russia violated the territorial integrity of Ukraine, and no doubt about it. But at the same time, South Africa is concerned about the historical, not relation with the Ukraine, but the NATO dimension part of it is equally worrying, particularly at the party level. I doubt very much at the government level that we see this spread of NATO, because we are victims of that. We're as much close to United States, and we're close to China, we're close to all parties. And our position does not differ from India, for instance. So my closing statement is that when you look at India's position, it's unfortunate that given South Africa's, it's a small country in relation, India expresses its foreign policy much better than South Africa. And I think the world, including our partners from Eastern Europe, tend to be very unkind in how they respond to South Africa, because South Africa is saying nothing new. South Africa is saying nothing that India and quite a number of other, Brazil, are the same position, same views at a multilateral level, bilaterally. There are a number of issues. So for us to untangle them in a very short space of time becomes a problem. So the view is we are anti-war, human rights violation, imperialism, and gravely concerned about this big power beyond Ukraine and Ukrainian people. So that's my opening statement.
Thank you, David, and thank you for joining us, also stepping into the lion's den, as you said. I'm now going to turn to Ambassador Janko Skytte. Now, again, congratulations on your being officially accredited. And while we're talking about NATO, Lithuania is a relatively small country, but a very important NATO member state also. And you have been one of the greatest supporters of Ukraine in its current struggle against Russian aggression. Can you share your perspective on why is it so important for Lithuania to support Ukraine during this particular period? Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for a warm welcome. And just first of all, I want to say that I see this conference. It's kind of not like comparison of our histories, but it's more here to hear each other in order we could understand each other better. And coming to your question, coming from the Eastern Europe, we see this whole situation a little bit differently, and it's as already been touched upon about our history and being part of the Soviet Union. You've heard that already, and Lithuania constantly feels directly threatened by Russia, even though we are 30 years already independent country. And now Lithuanians worry that what's happening in Ukraine, it could happen in Lithuania. That's why, since this last aggression happened in 2002, just 22, if you would go to Vilnius and outside Vilnius, you will see the whole city covered in Ukrainian flags. And here we are speaking not only that how the government feels, but the ordinary citizens. And that's why, ordinary citizens arranges a lot of crowdfunding campaigns in order to buy some military equipment for Ukrainians. That's kind of as I said, just as we feel that the threat is kind of on our border, that's why our wording is stronger. That's our stance is stronger, and that we kind of feel very obliged to be more vocal on Ukraine. And we could see, that we understand that by resisting Russia, we kind of we understand that Ukraine defends not only our security or European security, but also very important principles, values of whole democratic world, and that's very, very important. And also international rules-based order, which is kind of the, we see that Russia has challenged this arrangement that helped to secure peace for over 70 years, and it's that's very, very important from our point of view.
Thank you, Rosa. Let's move to Bohemil. Thank you again for joining us also. I don't know if you arrived straight from the Czech Republic or whether you were in the area.
I arrived from Czech Republic.
Okay, good. Welcome. Okay, now as a researcher from the Czech Republic, how does the historical context of Central Europe inform your perspective on Russia's actions in Ukraine and this idea of a colonial discourse?
Yeah, so once again, thank you for invitation. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm very glad that so many of you took your time to be here with us. I know that majority of you probably studied extensively the Czech and Czechoslovak history, but I need to give a short excursus into the history to highlight how we perceive this issue. And unlike what was said previously by my Lithuanian and Ukrainian colleagues, we're never part of the Soviet Union, and actually our exposure to Russia or the Soviet Union is quite limited to the 20th century, because previously to that, our part of Europe was mainly dominated by Germany, by Austria-Hungary. We gained the independence only in 1918. And Russia was this, let's say, a distant country that part of the then emerging Czech or Czechoslovak elite seen as a possible counterpoint to the Western Europe. This pan-Slavic brotherhood would to be created. Russia would bring us the independence, etc., which for me looks a little bit similar to some of the African national liberation movements as well. However, those members of the emerging elite who traveled to Russia quickly realized this is not the way forward, that this is a backward country that has nothing to offer. And we basically stayed away from the Russian-Soviet influence up until, let's say, the end of the Second World War, where even throughout the Nazi Germany occupation, we blamed the Western partners not for helping us, not the Soviet Union, because no one really expected the Soviets to come to help us because we are a completely different part of Europe. We went under the Soviet colonial, let's say, influence, this is probably the best word, after the Second World War, with a direct military occupation following 1968. The only reason for the military occupation was that the regime wanted to change slightly. It wasn't to go to the West, it wasn't to change the communist regime, nothing like that. Just wanted to reform a bit in several aspects. Soviet Union couldn't really accept that, interfered. At that point, even the idealists in the Communist Party said, okay, this is probably not the way forward. We went under basically direct colonial regime until 1989. A big moment of our history is in the beginning of the 1990s, the shipment of the last Soviet troops out of the country. The ending of this decolonization process for us is basically entrance into NATO as only clear way how to protect ourselves against a possible reincursion. And this is where I would disagree with what you said, that NATO shouldn't expand to the east, because first of all, this pact between George Bush and Gorbachev that is used mainly by the Russian government, first of all, wasn't done between the presidents. It, even according to the official Russian interpretation, took place between lower level governing officers. Second of all, even Gorbachev said that it never took place, which is very important from this point of view. And third of all, it was never written anywhere. And looking at the amount of agreements, written official agreements that Russia has broke, this seems like a very vague excuse why to interfere into another country. And the only reason why the Eastern European Central and Eastern European countries, because we don't consider ourselves to be part of Eastern Europe, but rather Central Europe, are joining NATO in such numbers, is that it brings us the only effective protection against Russian reincursion. We have seen that the principles of international law are not being followed by Russia. We have seen it in Georgia in 2008. We've seen it in Ukraine following 2014. And especially for the Baltic states, there was a huge rush to get into NATO. For us, it was the same. At that point, our president, Václav Havel, who is a huge pacifist, was the greatest supporter of our incorporation into NATO, simply because he's seen this as the only guarantee against us ever being involved in a great war in Europe. And to continue with the current hot phase or major escalation of the Russian aggression against Ukraine in 2022, this narrative of 1968, the Soviet invasion into Czechoslovakia, was used quite extensively and it's used up until today. We didn't defend ourselves at that point because no one would come to our help. It would be a futile fight. But here we have a very similar situation when the country tried to defend its internal choices against an external aggressor. We can help. And you can see this sentiment being very strong in these countries that separated themselves from the Soviet influence or membership in the Soviet Union. This is actually where we can make the difference. This is where we can finally make the stance, because throughout significant events throughout the 20th century, we didn't have the choice. Was it the Second World War? Was it the Cold War? Etc. Now, suddenly we can do the difference. We have these memories of different invasion, not only us, but also, for example, Hungary is a bad example right now, but you can see these sentiments being reappearing. So this is probably how we perceive the situation. This is why we, in the region, don't see the membership in NATO as something aggressive. It's basically our protection against Russian expansionism. And we can see the same in Ukraine. If you look at the opinion polls, Ukrainians in majority didn't want to join NATO prior to 2014. After 2014, the support in the general population to NATO membership got into majority. Now it's about 80-90%, something like that. So it's a clear reaction to the Russian aggression, not the other way around, from the Eastern and Central European point of view.
Thank you. And I do welcome a lot of disagreement on this panel. And as we go along, we can definitely add our 2 cents to the debate. Did you want to say?
Just I want to add, can I imagine how it would be Lithuania if we would today, if we are not be members of NATO? I have a strong feeling that we may see Russian troops in Lithuanian territory.
Okay, David? It's a hot topic, so I'll have to.
Yeah. Listen, for us, and for me in particular, NATO in its current configuration, in terms of action, I know why NATO was established, and in the post-Cold War, there was absolutely no need of it. And given its role in Africa, we find it as an imperialist tool. And therefore, I would like us to disagree respectfully that how we see this formation in armed camps and the role that they play at a global level. We are victims of NATO. It's a colonialist, imperialist force that entered Libya, bombed the hell out of a state, killed Muammar Gaddafi. So we can't hide that. And we can't say we want to Of course, you have different views of NATO. So that action is the action of NATO that is we are opposed to. That it cannot spread its view of establishing camps everywhere and dominance. So it's all about dominance at a global level. So my view of NATO in your part of the world, I understand fully, and you have good views why you want to embrace it. But respect and understand the Africa's position based on experience, not theory.
All right, we'll come back. I want to tease out a number of other things also, but I think it is really important that we also distinguish on this panel between NATO and Russia. Between Ukraine and NATO, because Ukraine is not NATO, and I think there's, we definitely need to tease that out. I hope Olga will also shed light on that. But I think the point is taken on the issue of how this is seen. Is this an act of anti-imperialism by Russia, by some African countries, or is this seen as a colonial war, which I think is more the Ukrainian position? So let's talk about that a little bit, because what's interesting is that you haven't heard much about Russian colonialism until relatively recently, and you hear more and more Ukrainians talking about that, especially post-February 2022, despite the fact, as you said, that the war started much earlier than that. So, Olga, can you shed some light in terms of that? What is it that you're thinking when Ukrainians talk about that, and how important is it that you frame it in that manner as a Ukrainian?
Sure, thank you. Well, I just want to add some hopefully last words on the topic of NATO, and we'll close it. And it's related actually to the topic of colonialism, so I'll try to make a swift, smooth shift. So I would like to question the entire premise that Russia's invasion of Ukraine was somehow related to NATO, to NATO's expansion, or to NATO's actions. Because if we look at Russia's dictator Putin's speech when he announced the start of the invasion on February 24th, 2022, and if we look at the article he published the summer before in 2021, in those speeches and in that speech and in that article, he basically questioned the right of Ukraine to have an independent state. He questioned Ukrainian statehood. He questioned the existence of distinct Ukrainian identity. And I think that gives us an idea that actually this war has an imperialist nature. This war has a colonial nature. Russians, also in Russian state media, in speeches by other Russian politicians, in even the views of ordinary Russians, if you talk to them, you would often hear this point that, well, Ukraine is an artificial country. Ukraine is an artificial state. Ukrainian language is some sort of like a funny creation, a dialect. Ukrainian culture never existed. And indeed, Russia appropriated a lot of Ukrainian artists and writers, like Malevich, for example, who is known in the world as a Russian artist, but he was a Ukrainian. And it's just one of countless examples. So I think that is actually the main motivation behind this war, not some sort of, NATO's actions. Also, because if Russia was really that concerned with NATO's enlargement, and I would prefer this word to expansion, because expansion is something imposed. And as my colleague said, countries of Central and Eastern Europe voluntarily applied to join NATO, so it wasn't imposed on them, because they see it, as Ukrainians see it now, as and the only deterrent against aggressive Russia. So if NATO enlargement was such a concern to Russia, then why Finland joining NATO didn't cause a lot of objections from the Russian government. So actually, as a result of Russian aggression of Ukraine, NATO not only got farther away from Russia, it actually extended its border with Russia for more than 1,000 kilometers. So I would entirely question the whole premise of NATO somehow being responsible for Russia's actions or NATO provoking Russia. And of course, we can't deny that the actions of the West or NATO, they caused a lot of damage to Africa and to other parts of non-Western world. And we as, I think, Ukrainians and Central and Eastern Europeans have to learn more. It's our kind of obligation also, if we want to understand why other countries take positions they take, we need to understand their history and their point of view. So I don't want to question that. And it's important for me to hear these points of view, but I also want to get our message across and how we see the situation. To your question, Leon, about the colonialism, so I mentioned that Ukrainians see it, and there have been countless examples also, like Putin comparing what Russia is doing now and what he is doing now to the gathering of Russian lands, as they like to call it, by Peter the Great. So what was it if not an imperialist quest to expand the territory of Russia? So what Russia is doing now is similar to what Russian Empire has been doing in the previous centuries preceding the 20th century. And then, of course, all the policies enacted by the Soviet Union, such as, resettlement, population resettlement, and artificial drawing of borders. We've seen just the conflict playing out in Nagorno-Karabakh that is a direct result of Stalin's artificial creation of the state borders after the creation of the Soviet Union. So all those actions, they point us directly in the direction of, to call it colonialism. And I think why there is more talk about that and more discussion about Russian colonialism now is also because we as Ukrainians, but also other former states of the Soviet Union, such as Kazakhstan and Belarus, which are under oppression now, but where exist strong anti-government movements, they start to discover their own history, which was not written and narrated by Russia, which is not Russia-centric. So it's not just Ukrainians who are now talking about Russian colonialism, it's also Kazakhs, it's also representatives of other former Soviet republics. Because the languages of minorities in Soviet Union and, the minorities' rights were oppressed all across the Soviet Union. So Russians were prioritized, Russian language was seen as a language. If you want to make a career, if you want to achieve success in the Soviet Union, you had to learn Russian language. And there was also this, and I think, again, something that was mentioned on the panel one, this tendency by the central government in Moscow to kind of present all the other cultures and languages as somewhat inferior and somewhat, like traditional and backward. All this tendency to just dehumanize. I think even this can be applied. So kind of say, well, these are not really real people. So Russian culture, Russian language, Russian identity is the real one. All the other ones, they are not real. We can observe them, we can enjoy them as a performance, but they do not really have a history. They shouldn't have a say. They do not really have an agency. And that's what I think is, gives us reasons to speak about Russian colonialism. And I would like to just name several names of Ukrainian writers, journalists, and my colleagues who write about Russian colonialism, if you are interested to learn more. So my colleague and friend Maxim Aristavi has just published a book on Russian colonialism in which he presents a body of evidence why we can talk about it in relation not just to Ukraine but to other countries of Central Asia and the Baltics and other states of the Soviet Union, and not only, even there are even examples of Russian desire to participate in a scramble for Africa, for example, which many people here might not know about, but it's there, it's mentioned there. And then an essay by Sasha Dovzhik, a Ukrainian researcher with University College London, who wrote about her own personal quest raised in Russian-speaking city of Zaporizhia in south of Ukraine, raised to admire great Russian culture, how then she she felt oppressed by Russian culture, by Russian language, how she felt, how much this was imposed on her from outside, how much this inferiority complex as a Ukrainian was cultivated in her. And I think this experience that she describes, it describes the experience of many Ukrainians now. It's not just one person who's undergoing that process of discovery of, their Ukrainian identity, and also discovering the trauma that they and the generation of their parents and grandparents had as a result of Soviet-Russian oppression.
Thank you, Olga. I'm sure you're going to get more questions on that also. David, let's turn to you again. I'd be very interested to hear whether you think it's worthwhile or fair or unfair to liken Russia's actions today with colonialism. Where do you stand on that issue?
I think my opening was quite clear that we are opposed to any form of racism, colonialism, and I added imperialism, and in any form and by anyone. And therefore, I think in our struggle, we've always been on the side of those who are at the receiving end. And our alliance is with those who are suffering. Western Sahara, Palestinian, and oh, you want me to say Ukraine?
For those who are suffering.
Okay. Ukraine people, yeah, that were bombed, and all makeup, Ukrainians, Russian-speaking Ukrainians, who are also bombed within Ukraine itself.
By Russia, not NATO. Just to make clear.
We are anti-bombs. Whether those bombs are manufactured in Russia or United States.
Not manufactured.
No. Let me be very clear. You're speaking for me. I'm saying we are pro-human rights. And we are pro-freedom. So when you say as a Ukrainian you want freedom, we are with you. But we are always saying that please appreciate the suffering that we have faced from Europe and from NATO, which you are not. So that brings me to Africa. Why everyone wants to quote Africa, and everyone, whenever issues come in, they run to Africa. We are 55 countries, 1.3 billion people. We have rich mineral resources, and our people are the greatest assets we have. And we have fertile land. And we don't enjoy our resources for centuries. Our people were taken as slaves. So I think at this stage, as Africa, we find no one who can teach us about human rights, freedom, democracy, and victimhood. We suffered through centuries. So all what we are saying is that we want to work with everyone in the world to build a better world through disarmament. We gave up nuclear. So you're talking 1990. We also gave up nuclear. We had nuclear in this country. We abide by international law. We think that United Nations itself, it's not in any form representing Africa. We have no representation there. Europe is overrepresented. And there's no reforms. And you speak as if that is not human rights violation. So you have absolutely no moral right or standing to teach Africa about human rights, democracy, freedom. Because these are things that we went to war to liberate ourselves. And we're saying having a government and a flag, that's not the end of our struggle. It's entering into economic, fair trade. We entering in a number of areas. As we speak, we have foreign forces on our land. Not just Wagner that you're interested in. We have foreign, all governments, Germans, Japanese, are on our continent. What are they looking for? Americans, they have their camps everywhere. They want our resources to exploit them. So we are anti that, so that if you talk about these issues, you need to have a collective way of saying we share these issues. You should also be in the forefront. The manner in which our people were treated in Poland, a plane stuck for days, that's racism of its worst form. And we need to be speaking about those issues in an open, in an academic setting. So it's not that we're insensitive to the Ukrainian as you try to portray my views. We are not. We're just saying, let us not form camps and have dominance of one particular continent over others. So Russia has issues with its neighbors. They need to be resolved peacefully. That's all what we're saying. We're not saying Russia is right, nor are we saying Ukraine is right. We want a peaceful resolution of that conflict, as much as in Western Sahara, as much as in Palestine, in so many other places where the people's rights are violated. We are in the forefront. That's what our policy as South Africa and the African continent stands. So I think I'm very clear on that.
Yes, I think so. Let's pick up on that particular point, that David mentioned. This is a question for you, Rasa. On this war being framed as an anti-imperialist war from the perspective of Russia. Where do you stand on that? I mean, you touched on it a little bit earlier also when you said, think about where Lithuania would be today if it didn't join NATO, but maybe you could expand a little bit on this argument.
Just it's, I even don't know where to start, just from the last point what David made, just about peaceful resolution with Russia on the conflict, just it's, here we are speaking about Russian-Ukrainian issue right now, and the thing is, that the war started not in 2022. The war started much earlier, when alarming already was the situation when Russia attacked Georgia in 2008. And then, we had another attack in 2000, Russians attack on Crimea area and parts of Donbass on 2014. And, during all the time, just a lot of international efforts were made, to speak with Russia and to solve these situations peacefully. And, it's been done in multilateral forums. It will be done bilaterally by many countries. But somehow, just it didn't take us anywhere. Kind of there. We end up with February 2022. And that's why, to speak now about a peaceful resolution, it would be very difficult. And coming to the question about Lithuania's view on conflict as anti-imperialist war, there is argument that kind of NATO expansion or enlargement was a provocative factor. But Olga already touched upon this, and kind of I can subscribe to each what she said, and I don't have much to say. Just we see the situation absolutely different, and it's this war is nothing to do with NATO enlargement. It's exactly that we see that Russia's imperialistic ambitions provoked that war, and exactly Putin's speeches and public speeches and articles confirms that, as he speaks about reconquering territories of the Peter Great and etc. That's why I think just hearing these speeches, all Lithuanians are very concerned, and just then what I said in the beginning, just that's why a lot of Lithuanians are very worried and feel threatened, directly threatened by Russia. And yeah, just it's we still feel, Russia as an imperialistic power, and like an empire with resembling 19th century empires of European continent, and Russia still has this DNA, and it acts like an empire.
Let's turn now again to you, Bohemil. If you want to pick up on any of the sort of framing this war as a anti-imperialist war or an imperial war, whatever that is, feel free to piggyback on some of those ideas. But I'm keen to hear from you how you think this war is impacting on geopolitics, just to kind of open up the debate a little bit, and I would be interested to hear from you, why should people in Africa care about what is happening very far away from here?
Sure. So first of all, I will just make one short remark regarding NATO, because I agree with David that we need to pay attention to the African dimension, and I agree with him that we need to hold an open academic discussion. And my one point is that I agree with you that numerous NATO members did a terrible job in African continent after the end of the Cold War. Prior to that, there is no saying about it. It's obvious. However, I would really stress to make a difference between NATO as this boogeyman, as often portrayed, and the NATO members, because NATO is a defensive alliance. The fact that some of its members have conducted some aggressive operations, as you mentioned, doesn't mean that this was a NATO decision. NATO is a defensive pact, and this is something that I feel is often missing from the debates regarding the Western interactions with Africa, which are very problematic, especially the French activities on the continent are very problematic. I would 100% agree. However, this is not a NATO who would be interfering. It's our selected NATO members, because they are not bound in their foreign and security policies by NATO. NATO is just a defensive alliance in case one of its members is attacked. So I would like to make this distinction. And maybe one more point to this. And this was, I believe this is a joke that was said by President Zelensky a couple of months ago, that there are two guys talking to each other. And have you heard that Russia and NATO are fighting in Ukraine? Oh, how is it going? Russia lost tens of thousands of men, some tanks, a lot of artillery. They cannot proceed any further. What about NATO? They haven't arrived yet. So this is basically how the discussion looks like right now. Regarding what you said, the geopolitical changes in Europe are quite clear. We see a strengthening of the voice of Central and Eastern Europe. That was previously seen as Russophobic. In the end, it was quite clearly realistic, because the different attempts of reset of relationships between NATO and Russia, US and Russia, were always calmed down by the Central Eastern Europeans. Like, we just make sure that Russia will follow through, because they generally don't. In the end, it led to the invasion of Georgia, it led to invasion of Ukraine. So this voice is now much more prominent. The historical experience that we are sharing in here is now taken seriously. We can see a massive expand in military spending. So if, in case Russia was afraid of Europe doing anything prior to 2014, prior to 2022, the European defense industry was basically shattered. The armies were underfinanced, obsolete, etc. Now, numerous countries in Europe are refinancing their armies. They are buying new technology, manufacturing new technology. So we can see the emergence of this as as well. And why should Africa care? I absolutely understand the position of numerous African countries on the continent, that you don't want to side with any of the parties. You highlight the peaceful solutions, even though from our point of view it's not possible right now, and that you highlight the African interest, which is logical, and it's very, very, very important to hear this voice as well. However, why I feel the experience of Central and Eastern Europe is important is to understand some of the Russian policies in Africa. And when we look, for example, at the case of Central African Republic, this is a great case of colonial expansion. What is Russia doing in Central African Republic is basically it protects the seat of power, it protects its extractive industries in the country. It does not deal with stabilizing the country, it does not deal with promotion of human rights, it does not deal with the fact that the state should be providing some services to the population. All it does is keeping President Touadéra in power, having the Russian advisor at his side so he makes the right decisions, exploiting the nature resources the same way the European colonialists did in the past and French are doing in some parts of Africa up to this point, without any stabilization of the situation, to the point when last year it was reported, I believe, by the United Nations, that in Central Africa in 1 year lost 5% of its total population in 1 year, which is twice as much as the other worst country in the world. And I believe this is important not to force the, let's say, European view on African countries, because that would be uncalled for. However, just to highlight the threat that Russia is posing and the fact that it is actually an aggressive imperial power, and that in some ways this voice should be also considered by the African states when they make their own decisions, not to force any Western views on that. And this was very much picked up at the beginning of the recent escalation in 2022 by the Kenyan ambassador to the UN, who basically made the same statement. So this would be my point. Why should Africa care about what we are saying in here?
Do you have a quick response? You know what? Yeah, my name is David, so you can understand. I've got a religious background. I'm always told not to be more Catholic than the Pope. So I always know my position and my space. Okay, since you brought in Central Africa, we can go back to the 60s. Patrice Lumumba, a Democrat, human rights, was murdered with the help of CIA, Belgium, European countries. Let's go to Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara. I don't know how much time you have. So I think the point I'm getting at is that we are 100% opposed to foreign involvement on the African continent. And I need to repeat that. And I repeat that it is not just the Russians who arrived yesterday. Europeans have been here for decades, and they continue to be here. And what I'm opposed to what you're saying is that you have this window, close the European window, look at Russia. I'm just saying, no. These are two devils for Africa. And we're opposed to involvement of foreign forces because they are all the same. Wagner, the French, whoever involvement are here to take resources from the continent, nothing else. So you can't say the others are better devils and this one is the worst one. You must look, we're looking at this collectively. We're opposed as African Union to foreign bases, foreign military interventions on the African continent, period. Africa is for Africa. Africa has agents. They know what they want in the world, what they want for themselves. And they have positions which are very clear. So when we talk about this, we are opposed. We are not in any way close to Russia and embrace Russia's Wagner groups and other forces. We're opposed to it, 100%. President Putin knows that. And equally, NATO and everyone else are as bad as Wagner. That's what we want to say. And I wanted you to have said that. And you are not. Your forces were here, are here. They were in Libya. You can't say it's just France. Go back and read Libya 2011. Who constituted the force that bombed the hell out of Libya? Our president had to ask for airspace to enter in African airspace in Libya.
All right, let's...
So I think, no, I know it's uncomfortable, but we need to air it. And we say this in a respectful way. So when we discuss these things, let's be holistic and put everything on the table as it is. This selective morality of looking at one side, it's problematic. That's the point I'm making.
I just want us to be careful to make whataboutisms.
No, there's nothing whataboutism.
But because I do think, you know, I hold dual citizenship, so I'm South African and I'm American. I was very much opposed to the Iraq invasion and Afghanistan and so on, but I'm also very much opposed to this, you know, war in Ukraine. You know, so I mean, you've said earlier, you know, the main point is that you draw a thick line in the sand when it comes to human rights abuses, to violence, to intervention, and those kind of things. You know, so let's focus on that. But I mean, your point is also that, of course, and this is a really important point that we have to understand, that Europeans also have to understand, that informs African perspectives, is that there is a long history of you know, oppression on the continent, and that also informs how decisions are made today. But I do think that the Ukrainians are also asking that, you know, don't look beyond what they are, you know, experiencing, you know, and just to take a one-sided perspective on history. You know, who inherited the Soviet Union embassy building here? It was Russia. And throughout the continent is very much the same thing also. So, and I get the perception that in South Africa often the positive things that are associated with the Soviet Union is directly attributed to Russia, irrespective of the fact that you had fighters also who were ANC officials and MK fighters and so on that received education and training in Ukraine, for example. But I do want to open, and I don't want to gang up to
no, it's okay. I'm used to it.
I agreed with many of your points also. I do, and I think this panel is going to get some really tough questions. I have a ton of more questions, but I do want to open it up. I want to ask, though, before you ask your question, just state your name, your affiliation very briefly, and ask a question. Don't make like a long statement. You have 30 seconds to ask that question. So just let's take about 4 questions or so. Can I just see by show of hands who would like? Oh, and please tell us who the question is directed at, so that it's to a specific person, please.
And spread them.
Spread them out. Any questions? Oh, over here, yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Ekumse. I'm a student at the University of Pretoria, Department of Political Sciences. I know the second panel is discussing Russia's aggression against Ukraine as a form of colonialism. And I could hear Professor David's position very clearly, but now I'm worried. If South Africa is really standing against all forms of colonialism around the world, how is South Africa displaying this on the continent, with particular reference to the ongoing colonialism in the Amazonian area in Cameroon? Because you have mentioned the Western Saharan region. Is that the only place where there is conflict on the continent? Because I know that South Africa is maintaining good relations with the Cameroon government, even when the Cameroon government has, in the last 5 to 6 years, been killing the people of Amazonia who are only demanding sovereignty. Thank you so much.
More questions? See. Do you want to answer that in the meantime, Professor?
I know there are a lot of issues happening on the continent. I'm not particularly familiar with that specific. I followed what's happening in Cameroon with a historical fight of French-speaking and English-speaking. And I wish if Professor Chris, because he's from that part of the world, with a much better understanding of the nuances. And on the African continent, I think South Africa's views are in line with the AU. And the violation of human rights in that part of the world, if it's taking place, it has to be opposed by everyone. So I can't speak on South African government position. You have more evidence that you need to show, and we're opposed to the fight. That's all.
We have a question up here. Yes, and we can't hold you accountable, Professor, for every government position.
Dzvinka Kachur, research fellow at the Center for Sustainability Institute, Stellenbosch University. I have a question to all panelists. We hear here like how often Eastern European countries or European countries are referencing to Africa as a continent. And here we hear the same about the Europe, because even Eastern Europe have never participated in any kind of colonization. Now when we say like, oh, you Europeans, the African, the South African perception is that it's all European. So you don't distinguish who was also under oppression, who was not. How do you think we can change that narrative that the Eastern Europeans see African continent as a collective 55 countries, and the same for South African governments, that it distinguish that, you know, Ukraine has been part of the Soviet Union, suffered from the oppression, now fighting for its freedom, and that also, like, maybe a short question about the South African consistency. If we say that South African government is so vocal about Palestine, it was vocal against Iraq, but it's silent on the question of Ukraine because it did not vote to in the UN. It's abstained, so it's not really a consistent position. We can't say that this is consistent if we are inviting Russian military warship with the signs of war to peaceful waters of Atlantic and Indian Ocean and promoting it here, promoting Russian propaganda. I think if South Africa and other African countries don't say no to this oppression and support this propaganda, this war going to continue longer.
I have a question here,
yeah,
and one back there also.
Okay, I think that she has actually asked the question I wanted to ask around the consistency of South Africa's foreign policy as when it comes to the question of Ukraine. I don't think that there's been consistency there, especially with the question of South Africa's foreign policy is anti-war, right? It's clear. It's clearly stated in foreign policy white paper. And so if there is a war in Ukraine, if it is principled, it should be able to clearly say we oppose this war and actually vote to say so. But that does not mean that then South Africa is enemies with Russia. It doesn't mean that. And I think it's part of the colonial mentality where we do not recognize our power, our agency, not power, as Africans, and as such are not able to speak quite boldly because we do not recognize our agency. If we do, we should be able to look Russia in the eye and say, we do not support war as a foreign policy principle. You've taken war to Ukraine. We do not want to question how that started, who started it, when. But the point is that you invaded a country and violated their sovereignty. And for that, we would vote to condemn it. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that we will not be part of BRICS. It doesn't mean that we will not welcome you to our country if you want to come to our country. I think we should be able to separate this. But I think the question I would then want to ask is whether this panel has been able to answer the question of whether Russian aggression against Ukraine is a form of colonialism. This is the one question that I want the panel to just try and speak to very directly, yes or no.
That's great question still. And then we have a student over there.
I'm Amanda Kwele, and I'm a student here at the University of Pretoria. I'm a student of political science. And this question is largely directed to our European guests. And I mean, I'm going to preface it by saying every sovereign state has the ability and the agency to take defensive measures, and that much I understand and I acknowledge and I encourage you to do. But I think past the immediate threat, past the immediate threat of Russian invasion, what is there a need for prolonged defensive measure? Because it almost seems as though there is some, I'm going to call it a boogeyman in this case, that we keep saying there will be some threat from somewhere, so we always have to be defensive, when in some cases defensive measures doesn't necessarily have to be preparations for war or preparations for invasion, but rather proactively trying to ensure that there is more unity and peace within Europe, and also between the Europeans and the African states. It seems that there only seems to be a call for defense in the case of war, instead of using other measures as defensive measures.
All right. Let's start maybe, shall we start on the far left and then work our way towards this way?
Far right.
I'll give... You said it. I'll sit in the middle there. Maybe let's take about 2 to 3 minutes per response, and then we can do another question. Let's hit hard on what Professor Ezekiel also asked on really answering this question on the colonial question. So.
Right. What I marked the first question was how we change situation that African countries wouldn't take us as...
that Lithuania wouldn't see Africa as a whole continent. In that sense.
How do you get there's this campaign, Africa is not a country.
Right.
How do you get the same situation for all these various Central and Eastern European countries to view them also as different from one another, that it's not just the West is one thing, but there's a lot of diversity in that package?
Right.
Europe.
We just have to speak to each other more, and I think this conference is kind of the one of the things when we sit at the same panel with very different perspectives, with very different views, and we agree to disagree, and I think it's very much contribute to better understanding about a continent as such as very individual countries as well. Should we take question by question?
You can select which ones you wanna hone in on. If there's anything else that's important to you that you heard from the questions, please.
Yeah, and it was one question about neutrality of the countries. Somehow, the current situation, again, just reminds me, our fight for independence, for freedom back in the 1990s. And Lithuania was the first country which declared independence from the Soviet Union. And myself, I remember this time very well. And at that time, there were some countries who kind of tried to stop us, or, they said that we don't need to do that. And it was a big question for me, why some countries would wish that, some kind of the small country wouldn't have self-determination right for freedom, and could be independent state, and I just can't find one answer, that it was a big fear, just a big fear how the whole geopolitics will change, and how Soviet Union would respond, and I can feel it today, just with the situation in Ukraine, there is a lot of fear for some international actors. What will happen if Ukraine wins? And I think just it's not the right power what drives thinking of some countries. And just as our situation showed that even just you have a big neighbor, it's nothing to fear, and just your way to freedom, it's the only way. Yeah, maybe I will pass.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Maybe hit hard, especially on the question also on what Central and Eastern European countries have done to, other than preparing for war, to build the relationship with Russia, because I do think there's a lot of discussion on that issue, and then of course the key question on colonialism also, please.
So I will start with the two because they will be
Sure.
briefer, and then return to the last question.
Okay.
What we can do, take Africa seriously, because this is something that our part of the world didn't do, and I believe this is why we perceive still it wasn't our priority. And even coming through the Czech educational system, we have never learned properly anything about the African continent, about its history, whatever. So if we want to get a better understanding of the continent, we need to incorporate it more into the education. We need to propagate the topics more into the public space, etc. So this is what we can do, and what we can do for us to be perceived as different countries by our African partners is, once again, to, as was mentioned, communicate, be present, talk to the people, promote the different views, and I believe that I would agree with that. This is the only way how we can make this distinction, is to be heard, to be respectful, and to take the partner seriously, because this is something I'm afraid wasn't being really done in the past. Regarding your question, yes, I believe it is a colonial war, and I would leave it at that, because otherwise we would get into the whole other discussion. And regarding what have been done, actually, if you look at the history of dealing with the CE countries, with Russia, after the end of the Cold War, the military option was always the last resort. Like, we entered NATO because it gave us some protection in case there would be an attack, but we didn't do anything substantive with it. It was like, yeah, US will come to help, it's fine. Like, we don't have to do anything. And even NATO was engaging with Russia. There was standing NATO-Russia Council. We engaged Russia economically. There was quite a lot of economic ties. There were some common projects. For example, the space project of the European Space Agency was tied to Russia quite a lot. European Space Agency was using repurposed Russian launchers up until 2022. So there was a lot of attempts to make other things work to bring Russia closer. However, they were very often misused by Russia, which didn't bring a lot of benefits. Obviously, there were some economic benefits, some important economic benefits that obviously went through the roof after 2022. However, if you look at the military side of it, the first time there was some meaningful presence of non-Baltic NATO troops in the Baltic states was only after 2014 as a reaction to the aggression against Ukraine. So it wasn't like a preparation for the war before Russia did something. It was like realization that with the current defense structure, if Russia does exactly the same what they did in Ukraine and Baltics, we won't be able to defend it. And then the whole structure goes to hell. So we will send some extra troops just to make sure this doesn't happen. So it was basically last resort after like 2 or 3 restarts of the diplomatic relations failed. And the current spur towards militarization of the foreign policy to Russia is once again just following the February 2022. Looking, for example, at the Czech army, we promised to spend at least 2% of GDP to support the armed forces as a NATO requirement way ago. We were never to follow it, like ever. Like, our governments always make some excuses why not to do it. This year, we are almost there, just because of the aggression against Ukraine. So I don't see that there will be a military posture first and then the reaction. It's just that the other options failed to materialize.
All right, thank you, David. Maybe if you can focus on, especially hone in on the issue of principles and foreign policy that was asked, and then also the main question, can you talk about Russian colonialism in this context?
Professor Chris knows very well that I disagree with the view that South Africa has been inconsistent. And there is not even a piece of inconsistency that one can find on its position in Ukraine. It has been consistent. President Ramaphosa said it right in the face of President Putin, South Africa's position. And no one can be more clearer than that South Africa is opposed to the war. I think it's a principled position at a time when the world is closing and everyone thinks that peace can only be found through the barrel of the gun. I think South Africa is opposed to that. It's a principled position that negotiations, peaceful way, as per the DNA of our own country, it was through negotiation, round table. There was no win anyone.
Coinciding with the armed struggle, though.
No. I'm just saying South Africa's foreign policy, its DNA, its peaceful resolution to conflicts. And to demand that it should abandon that. It's like you reject your own DNA. It's difficult to put it. So I think President Ramaphosa has been very clear. And I think he took a position of going to Ukraine and go to Moscow and spoke to all these warring parties to say, this war, no one is going to win. And we still maintain, no one is going to win this war. In the end, there's going to be a peaceful resolution. South Africa's position a year from now, 2 years, we'll sit in this same room, I'll sit on the same chair. The war will end not through the barrel of the gun, not on part of Russia, not on part of Ukraine. Why are we wasting lives? That's South Africa's position. But everyone's views have closed. Some think that tanks and Leopards 2s and F-16 or whatever, or Russia's come with its own views of its own weapons, hypersonic and whatever. It's not going anywhere. No one is going to win. We're going to be all lose-lose. So our position is clear. I don't know from a principle what is a better principle than that. So it has been consistent. I agree with one small element of what you said. The drilling. I'm 100% for South Africa's relationship with all its partners. But I thought the day of the drilling was an element of inconsistent, insensitive, just the day that the drilling was done. It could have been postponed for a week or a month, because the drilling with Russia, the so-called Lady R, it should have taken place. It's part of South Africa's relationship. We drill with Americans. We drill with the French. We drill with everyone. So why shouldn't we drill with the Russians? But to drill it on anniversary day, I thought, personally, I can stand at any platform and say, it was a bad idea, bad decision. You should have postponed this and be sensitive to what is happening. So I think lessons learned going forward. Your question, what should we do? Please don't support wars of choice, of bombing of Libya. Don't support it. No. Let me answer you. You said, what is it Europe can do? Stop the bombing of Syria and stealing of Syria's oil as we speak. You look the other side. No. Hold on. Give me, protect me, chair. No. I'm answering it. What Europe should do on immigration, treat immigrants equally. They are dying there. You allow them to die. Right there. How many thousands are dying? Can I not generalize? Facts. I can give you the numbers if you want. Stop interfering in African states. That drives those people. Support dictators on the African continent. As a result, as you bomb And weapons are no longer stored. They spread into the entire Sahel, up to Nigeria, a strong state. Boko Haram. Weapons are coming from Libya right there. You know about it. But you took a decisive decision to do what you did. And then when massive number of Africans come to your shores, you're no longer talking about human rights. You're saying the only human rights we need to look is one area geographically. We're saying we're concerned about Ukraine crisis as much as we're growing in Syria, in Iraq, in Libya, in all other. Refugees are the same. Let us not put color of the skin of people so be consistent. Be consistent. Support multilateral to stop wars. Don't support dictators, your chosen dictators, who are killing their people. Okay. On the African continent, you asked a good question. What should Europe do? Do that. Then you're with us in demanding Africa's space within United Nations Security Council. And then we can talk about democracy, fair trade, open up, support refugees everywhere. And don't tell us that in particular areas there are superior refugees than other refugees. So we need to be even-handed in our approach to international relations and fairness. That's all what I can humbly request you to do in Europe, in your discussions, in every way. Don't support imperialism.
Okay, let's turn to Olga for the last intervention.
Yeah, thank you. So I would just like to caution us again against maybe generalizing and saying you Europeans do that, because as my colleague said, Ukrainians are not responsible for many of the policies that were harmful committed by Europeans on the African continent. And we as Ukrainians have deposed our dictator, for example, and our people fought against dictatorship in Ukraine. But of course, the points that are raised are very valid. I would like to start with the question on why do Ukrainians or Eastern Europeans need to be that defensive all the time? And I would agree with the arguments that Bohumil made, and also mention two other things. So speaking about concretely Ukraine, the experience of Ukraine in the 1990s after the collapse of the Soviet Union is very much different from that of Lithuania or Czech Republic, because Ukraine did not immediately declare its desire to become a part of the EU and NATO, and Ukraine was not on the track to become an EU and NATO member until 2000s. So actually Ukraine, immediately after the end of the collapse of the Soviet Union, tried to build a friendly relationship with Russia. Ukraine was a neutral country. Ukraine did not aspire to become a NATO member, and that process, as was already mentioned, was actually spurred by Russia's actions. So Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons in 1994 during the Budapest Memorandum signed by Russia. Ukraine also had countless, dozens, if not hundreds, of bilateral and multilateral agreements with Russia, in which Russia took upon itself an obligation to recognize and respect Ukraine's sovereignty and Ukraine's internationally recognized borders, which Russia subsequently violated. So Ukraine, I think, did a lot to actually, be friendly with Russia, and actually all the decisions that were made subsequently to shift the course towards EU and NATO membership, they were as a result of Russia's actions, as a result of Russia's first attempts to economically to undermine Ukrainian economy through the gas crisis, switching off of gas to Ukraine in early 2000s, in the 1990s, and leading up to 2014. So there were a lot of Russia's attempts to interfere with Ukraine's internal relations before 2014. So when all these attempts failed, then Russia resorted to an overt military aggression back in 2014. As a journalist, I can also say that we shouldn't underestimate Russia's efforts in the information space. I was working as a journalist on Ukrainian television stations in early 2000s, and I've seen Russian nationals, Russian citizens being present on board of every major Ukrainian TV station, dictated the editorial line that had to be pro-Russian, that had to be friendly to Russia. We were not allowed to report on pro-EU demonstrations, even when Maidan started in 2014. So actually quit one of my jobs in 2014 because of that, because I did not agree with the censorship, with the pro-Russian censorship in Ukrainian media. So that's for, the Ukraine's kind of attempts to be friendly with Russia, and how Ukraine's trust into Russia was betrayed by Russia. Then talking about, why also we feel this need of being defensive in regard to Russia. I think that stems from this systemic nature of Russian oppression against Ukraine and against Central and Eastern Europe, because it has its roots in centuries ago. It was mentioned in the first panel, attempts to ban Ukrainian language, to not allow Ukrainians to higher positions, or somehow to also rewrite Ukrainian history through a Russian lens. And if we are agreeing here that people have a voice and Africans should tell their own history without the colonial Western lens, the same way Ukrainians have a right to tell their history without the Russian imperialist lens. So my answer to the question whether this is a colonial war is absolutely yes, based on this. And I would also share my deepest, conviction and my deepest the idea I deeply believe in, that actually the root cause of this war is actually this Russian imperialist attitude and mindset generally of the Russian population. So in my view, it's not just Putin's war, it's the war that is supported by a lot of Russians, because they do not see Ukraine as an independent state, as a state that has a right to exist. And what is this if not, imperialism? What is this if not colonialism? So unless and until that changes, I can see no end to wars of aggression that Russia starts. And I think this is the issue we should be discussing most of all: how to bring about the change in mindset, how to dismantle this last remaining empire that never did any reckoning with, crimes it committed. And also, if we are talking about racism in Europe or in Central Europe, I would talk about racism inside Russia, about racism towards people from Central Asian republics, like even Russian opposition leaders who are now in jail. They expressed deeply racist views on people from Uzbekistan, from Tajikistan. There are incidents of racially motivated killings of Africans in Russia. So we shouldn't overlook that and see somehow Russia as free from racism or as anti-Western power which does not have the problems that we complain about the West. So just to conclude, once again, I want to reiterate that Russians, because of the resources they have, the embassies, the money, the contacts that have been created over decades here on the African continent, they are also very skillfully tailoring the messaging to different audiences, both the Russian government but also Russian state-funded propaganda. And we know that Russia has enormous budget for propaganda and disinformation that it uses across the world. So, and one of those messages is actually, making the emphasis on anti-Western sentiment, anti-NATO sentiment that exists here without ever mentioning, Russia's imperialist past, Russia's imperialist present, and Russia's and racism inside Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. Can we just have that microphone here? I just want to recognize the Czech Republic's new ambassador also, who's been accredited also yesterday. Thank you very much also for your support. We had a really great panel here also, I think, and a lot of different views, different perspectives. We respect each other's different views. I think it's been great to engage. I don't know if you want to say just a word, Ambassador Ulichny, on any reflections on this panel for a few seconds before I give the floor to Ukraine's ambassador.
Yeah,
I hope I'm not putting you on the spot.
No, you are not putting me on the spot. On the contrary, I am pleased that I can, participate, and I can also throw a few of my ideas into the basket. I think that there was a passionate discussion amongst you. I followed with a passion, even though I had some phone calls from some other part of the world, not from the Russia, nor from the Ukraine. But let me say just few words. Perhaps contemplating what our participant, the Czech participant, Dr. Doboš, mentioned about our late President Václav Havel, who was a great friend of Nelson Mandela. They met many times, and they shared the views about the pacifism and how to solve the conflicts. Perhaps coming back to early 90s, and perhaps I will rectify a bit Bohumil saying that at the beginning, Václav Havel was very pacifist. He said that both blocs, Warsaw Pact and NATO, should be dissolved. But over the next 5-6 years, he came to the conclusion that for preserving our sovereignty and independence, he has become the staunchest supporter of NATO accession. So from the idealist and pacifist to someone who was very strongly influenced by transatlantic link. He believed in the American presence in Europe and American umbrella for newly independent or democratic countries of the world. And his very last, I think, achievement was the Prague summit in 2002, when the eastern countries like Lithuania have been invited to NATO, because we were in NATO since 99. Decision was taken at Washington Summit 97. And also enriching discussion with Václav Havel statement about Russia. Václav Havel defined Russia as a country who hasn't defined its border in the history. So the problem of Russia was that Russians, they do not know where they starts and where they ends. And when the empire is in a full swing, it inflates. And if it's in decline, it deflates. So after the Second World War, when the Iron Curtain went down, it was clear it was either or, and the Third War, like Africa, was divided amongst the Soviet Union and its satellite, like Czechoslovakia, and the other part of the world, which was also unfamously apartheid state here. So we should also somehow contribute to national liberation of Africa, which is not now recognized by some of the political circles in Africa, that we have also been colonized, and we also contributed by the same way to struggle of African nation to gain the independence in early 60s. Having said so about the Russia and about the border, the vague, blurred border. So the Russia in the 90s, they deflated. But as an empire, the entity of empire is that without expansion, they cannot exist, the elites. So now, or starting, there was a speech of Putin at the Munich Security Conference in 2008, few months before Georgia was attacked, or part of the Georgia was attacked, when he defined the new Russian expansionist foreign policy drive towards Europe, more assertiveness, no more cooperation with you. Because the cooperation hasn't brought any results to us. Our companies are being bought by the Russian. So we can also see the birth of the Russian nationalism rebirth. And then it continues in 2014. I must say, and I admit that many of us were still at the time appeasing the Russia. They believe in peaceful coexistence, even though Russia at that time already clearly violated the international law, invading the Crimea and occupying the Crimea. And I'm not saying that 90% of Crimean inhabitants are of Russian origin. The issue is that for the first time after 1945, one of the guarantor of the Yalta system has violated the international recognized order. And I think that should have been a turning point, which was not. So 8 years ago, we are confronted with the open, clear aggression against internationally recognized state. And we as the Czech Republic or Czechs, we are not on the front line. But our approach to is that while we support Ukraine, because we believe pragmatically supporting Ukraine is also enhancing our security and buying of the time for us. Lithuania is on the front line. Ukraine is at war with Russia, defending or repelling the Russians back to east. If we allow Russia to win the war with so-called frozen conflict or something like that, so they will rearm in 5 years, and then who is the next target? Is the Baltic states, is the Slovakia, it's the Poland, and Poland is heavily, massively transforming its army, just like us. So it's a pragmatic approach, but it's also taking into account that in the long term, we need to, you can't accept this Russian narrative that Ukraine has no choice to choose the side or to be independent or to promote its own values, its own foreign policy. No, it's for people of Ukraine to decide in free election with whom they want to stand. And if in 2014 majority of people decided to support or to pursue the path towards the Western hemisphere or to Western structure, EU and later NATO. And I think that even the last concession when it was offered before the war broke out or the aggression was that President Zelensky mentioned we will not join the NATO. But now it's out of the questions. Because the Ukraine has the moral right one day to become NATO if they feel this is the only umbrella for their sovereignty. So that's a few of the thoughts which I wanted to share with you. And once again, thank you. I think it's a passionate debate. I might have spoken about Syria for a long time.
We'll do that during the break.
I was 4 years in Syria. So there is that dictator is not ours. It was not installed by the West, Bashar al-Assad.
Okay. Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you so much for a really wonderful panel, lots of different perspectives, and it was such an interesting discussion following the first panel, which was absolutely superb, I think. I hope we'll continue to build bridges, to continue to tease out these issues, and I encourage all of you, when you're having a coffee or eating something now, like identify someone who you disagree with. Don't go to someone so that we can exchange views. Again, I'd really like to thank Chris especially also for being part of the driving force of making this happen, and also Vaida, who's there. Just put your hand up, from Lithuanian Embassy. She's been working extremely hard behind the scenes to make sure everyone gets here. The Lithuanian Embassy, the Czech Embassy, everyone. Thank you so much for this great partnership. I'd like to ask our panelists, we can just have a seat, and then Ambassador Abravitova will close us off with some words of wisdom. Hopefully, we introduced you earlier, Ambassador to Ukraine, Botswana, and Mozambique, please. Thank you.
Please let me know if you can hear me. Yeah, I think so. Good day, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to deliver this conclusion remarks. I think that both panel discussions were just perfect, beautiful, very inspirational, informative, and those that will make most of you go and make your further research. And this is the most of value to these discussions. What is interesting is that we are talking about oppressions in Africa by Africans and oppressions in Europe by Europeans. And we are sharing our experiences and trying to see similarities. And obviously we are finding differences. We are not trying to see the applications from one situation to another. We want to see what didn't work, why still in the 21st century we have the neocolonial aspirations, the appetites for expansions through violation of international law. And I think that during the discussions today we found certain issues where we are coinciding. What actually Putin didn't anticipate? He didn't anticipate that many things, but among them, that he put today Ukraine on the map of Africa, but also Africa on the map of Ukraine. And when I say Africa on the map of Ukraine, I will correct myself, the countries of Africa, because there was really a lack of that knowledge and experience due to different reasons. And today we are, due to Russian invasion, recognizing the importance of each other, but also we are seeing opportunities, because every war, every crisis has another side of the story, which unfortunately we were not able today to speak about. But when you will be leaving these premises, I would want you to come out with that feeling that there is something extra that we have to learn about each other. We might not agree on the terminology. We can say this is neocolonialism. Another ones would say, what do you know about colonialism? We would be speaking about genocide, and you would be saying, no, the genocide has completely different meaning. What I want to point out is that whatever we call it, if there is a violation of rules, norms of international law, democracy, if there is a violation of those values, the very same values that all of us were and have been fighting for, then whatever you call it, it is not right and it has to be addressed. The solutions for these differences can be very difficult. Values are the same. When you are analyzing any situation in the world, I want you to always remember, and I think David left. David, sorry. David, my son's name also David, that also gives some knowledge about my background. And my name is Lorato in your language. So with all my love and respect, I want to tell you that you have the most beautiful constitution in the world. In Ukraine, we are admiring this constitution. When you are analyzing that, every single situation in the world, I urge you to look at this constitution as at the mirror and to really evaluate each situation through those famous words that two wrongs don't make it right. We did see a lot unfair wars. We did make a lot of mistakes, but it doesn't justify Russian invasion of Ukraine, Russian terrorism today in my country, and its war of genocide. Every life matters. Every person matters. We are talking about values, the same values. I really don't ever want to hear from such a respective audience about racism when we are talking about, for example, situation that happened in Poland. Why we are not talking about racism of Russia in Ukraine when Russia started to bomb our cities? The very same students of yours were in Ukraine. 9,000 African students among different other nations in the world were there, and Russians deliberately were bombing them in my country. So I think we have to see the opportunities for ourselves, even through the lenses of Russian aggression in Ukraine. And how we can do it? We can improve international law. We can improve the international institutions. This is the opportunity for Ukraine to get rid of this complex of the smaller brother. And the opportunity for Africa, for each African country, to give its equal voice on the international arena, to get your equal representation in international organizations. And for your information, Ukraine was supporting and lobbying the place of African countries in United Nations Security Council for many years already. So this is something that definitely will give strong push to both African countries and Ukraine to improve those stereotypes and complexes that we inherited from our oppressives, how different and similar they can be. And I really congratulate you on this profound discussion and hope that it would become a series of discussions as we see the interest there and we are not coinciding in certain positions. That means that the further dialogue is needed. We appreciate the positions of every country in the world, including the position of South Africa, being non-aligned, because this is the very same that Ukrainians are fighting today for, to have a choice, to have a right to make our own choice in our internal and external policies. Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you very much for your patience. We are just going to take 2 minutes to close this off. Just to advise that we want the panelists to take a group photograph after this, and then anyone else who wants to take with the panelists can also, take these pictures. I think that we've had very good interventions from the 2 ambassadors that are here. Thank you very much. Of course, we also heard from you in the panel. Look, the one take home I want us to do, especially on the part of our European colleagues, is the fact, is what Professor Moyai said about, the need to learn. And of course, my professor from the Czech Republic talked about the need for Europe to learn more about Africa. We learn about you. I've got a course, for example, where I teach my students about comparative politics, and we've looked at the Czech Republic, for instance. So we know that in 1930s you faced colonialism from Germany, right? And then in the 30s, and then in 1948 you were invaded by the Soviet Union. And then also again in 1968 invaded by the Soviet Union. And it makes some of us wonder, why would you pitch your tent? Because you face challenges from both West and the East, but somehow you prefer to trust the West in terms of your security than the East. But Václav Havel provides a very good answer, which you gave in terms of why that is the case. We know these things, but you know absolutely nothing about Africa, and you admitted it, and that's a very good, sober moment that I want, our colleagues from Europe to do. So tomorrow, for example, we are hosting the Deputy Prime Minister of Slovenia, and part of the discussions we're going to be having with her in the holding room is to talk about how we can help to introduce African studies courses in universities in Slovenia. That's the one point. And I think that that's an agenda that we want you to take back, to start thinking of African studies centers and have people from Africa who are resident in Africa teaching African politics and economics and history to teach those courses. Thank God for COVID, we can actually do this online now. So we're not telling you that we need jobs in Europe. We're just telling you that we can sit here in Pretoria and help to teach students in Europe about colonialism in Africa, about the way we see the world, about our challenges, and the need for the world to band together and to start looking at humans as people, and stop the ontological bifurcation of beings into zones of beings and non-beings. Some are beings who have privileges and can enjoy the benefits of the international system, and the others, mostly Africans, Asians, and the rest, as non-beings who we can understand when they are fighting and killing themselves, and so we shouldn't talk about it. But then when the beings are fighting themselves somewhere in Ukraine or anywhere else, we must concern ourselves about it. These kinds of ontological divisions is what must stop. So when we talk about having a seat, equal seat in the United Nations Security Council, the question of racism is the big elephant in the room that many of us are shy to talk about. If we all see people, as the ambassador said, rather than resources, than entities, if we change our mindset about how we view humans, and all humans, all lives are important, then we can sit in the Security Council and ask the simple question of why 1.4 billion people are not represented in the United Nations Security Council. Why is that? What is really the problem? Because in 1947, China was not a great power, was not an economic power, but was accepted into the United Nations Security Council on account of its population and to ensure representativity. So if that was given in 1947, what has changed? Why can't Africa? And we're not begging, we don't have to even beg for it. It's something that we need partners like you in Europe who are part of the Global South. I'm not saying everyone is part of the Global South, but anyone who identifies with the struggles of the Global South can identify this as a simple question of representativity to ensure that we have a much more equitable world. And maybe we should also talk about the question of the veto. Which countries qualify to have the veto and why? Why? What is the basis of that? These kinds of inequality will not solve the wicked challenges of the world. So the earlier we start thinking of these common problems and how they affect all of us, and finding solutions through opportunities like this. And I assure you, we're going to have more of these engagements across, geographies. Be better for all of us. So let me stop talking and let's start eating. Thank you very much for coming once again, and I would use this opportunity to declare this conference as closed and to thank you once again, and ask again that our panelists line up here so that I can take a group photo, and then after that you can all join in. Thank you. Thank you very much.